It began with a corridor, not a battlefield, not a declaration of war between armies, not a formal challenge between men who had decided to settle something between themselves. A corridor, in Edozio, on the 14th day of the 3rd month of the 14th year of Genroku, the year 1701. The corridor was called Matsuno Oroka, the Great Corridor of the Pines, named for the painted pine trees that lined its walls, gold and green on pale wood, the trees of long life and endurance looking down on the men who passed beneath them. One of the most formal spaces in the most formal building in Japan, the place where lords summoned to the castle walked with the careful, measured attention of men who understood that every step in Edozio was being observed, noted, and would be remembered. You did not run in Matsuno Oroka. You did not raise your voice. You did not reach for your sword. These were not written rules. They did not need to be. Every man who walked that corridor understood what it was, what it required of him, and what it meant to violate those requirements. On the 14th day of the 3rd month, the requirements were violated. A sword was drawn in Matsuno Oroka, inside Edozio, in front of witnesses. The painted pines looked down. Everything else moved very quickly. The world that made the corridor. To understand what happened in Matsuno Oroka, you must understand the world that made it possible. Japan had been at peace for nearly a century. The Tokugawa shogunate had consolidated power after the great battles of the previous era and had created a system of control so thorough that the very possibility of revolt had been engineered out of the structure of Japanese life. The system was called Sankinkutai, alternate attendance. Every lord was required to spend alternate years in Edo at the shogun's court and in his home domain. While he was in Edo, his family remained in his domain. While he was in his domain, his family came to Edo. He was always, in this way, never entirely free. The result was a country in which the lords of 300 domains spent enormous amounts of money maintaining 2 establishments, traveling back and forth on roads the shogunate carefully maintained and monitored, and attending to the elaborate ceremonial life of the shogun's court when they were in Edo. The ceremonies were expensive. They required gifts, the correct clothing, the correct behavior, and most importantly, the knowledge of what was correct. Knowledge of what was correct in the court of Edozio was the particular possession of certain families. Kozukenosuke. His full name was Kira Yoshihisa. He was 61 years old in 1701. He was the head of the Koke families, the families whose hereditary role was the preservation and transmission of the correct forms of court ceremony, how to receive a guest of this rank, how to arrange the offerings for that ceremony, the exact words for this occasion, the precise sequence of movements for that ritual. Kira knew all of these things with the confidence of a man who had been born knowing them, raised in them, who had spent his entire life as the person others came to when they needed to know. He was not a powerful man in the military sense. The Koch families did not have armies. They did not have large domains. What they had was knowledge, and in the world of Edo, knowledge of the correct forms was a form of power as real as any other. Lords who came to Kira for instruction were expected to express their gratitude through gifts, specific gifts, substantial gifts. The quality and quantity of the gifts you brought said something about how seriously you took the instruction, how much you respected the knowledge he possessed, how well you understood the world you were moving through. Lords who brought appropriate gifts found Kira attentive, helpful, thorough in his instruction. Lords who did not found him cold, distracted, sometimes openly contemptuous. This was not unusual. It was the way things worked. Every lord who had ever needed to perform a ceremony at Edozio understood this. Most of them simply paid what was expected and got on with it. Kira had a grandson he adored, Kataoka Hidanokami, a young man of considerable ability who had been adopted by the Kira family and who Kira hoped would carry forward everything the family represented. He had a wife. He had a life of considerable comfort and considerable influence. He had, in 1701, every reason to expect that his remaining years would be as comfortable as everything that had come before. He was wrong. Asano Takumi no Kami. His name was Asano Naganori. He was 35 years old in 1701. The Lord of Akko, a domain of 50,000 koku on the coast of Harimanokuni, a place of salt pans and fishing boats, and the particular light that comes off the water when the mountains are close to the sea. He had been lord since the age of 9, when his father died. He had grown up under the guidance of his chief retainer, Oishi Kuranosuke, who had managed the practical business of Akko with the competence of someone who understood that a young lord needed to be protected from his own inexperience. By 1701, Asano was experienced, respected within his domain, and had managed his responsibilities competently and honestly. He had a wife, a guri, a woman from a noble family, whom he had married young and who had given him children. He had a life that was, by most measures, good. He was chosen for the ceremony of receiving the imperial envoys, not because he was particularly close to the shogunate's inner circle, but because the role rotated among certain lords, and it was his turn. The role was an honor and a burden. It required months in Edo preparing for the ceremony under Kira's instruction. It required money, and it required, from the beginning, the relationship with Kira. What went wrong between them is not entirely clear after 3 centuries of examination. What seems consistent across the accounts is that the relationship broke down early and thoroughly. Kira was, by multiple accounts, particularly difficult with Asano, dismissive in front of others, unhelpful in his instruction, sometimes deliberately misleading. One account says Kira publicly called Asano a country boor who knew nothing of ceremony. Another says he refused to advise him on a critical point of protocol, and then watched with satisfaction when Asano made the error that proper guidance would have prevented. There are accounts of Kira greeting Asano in the hallways of Edozio with elaborate courtesy for other observers, and then turning away before Asano could respond, leaving him standing there with a bow half completed and nowhere to direct it. Small cruelties, precisely designed. The cruelties of a man who knew exactly where the other man's dignity was and how to press on it. Asano, for his part, had the pride of a man who had governed a domain honestly for many years, who had been responsible and careful and competent, and who was now being humiliated in public by a man whose power over him was based entirely on the accident of hereditary knowledge. He did not have the flexibility that the situation required. He did not have the capacity to bow to someone he considered unjust, to pay what he believed he should not have to pay, to accept humiliation as the price of getting through the ceremony. He accumulated, over weeks. The humiliation accumulated, the anger accumulated, until the corridor. The 14th day. On the morning of the 14th day of the 3rd month, the preparations for the reception of the imperial envoys were ongoing. The ceremony was imminent. Asano was walking through Matsuno Oroka when he encountered Kira. What was said between them in those first moments is not recorded with certainty. One account says Kira made a dismissive remark about Asano's preparations, something about the inadequacy of his gifts, or the crudeness of his arrangements, or simply another in the long series of small insults that had accumulated. Another account says nothing was said, that Asano simply looked at Kira and something broke. Asano drew his sword. In Matsuno Oroka, he moved toward Kira and struck him across the forehead, not a deep cut, but a visible one, the kind that bleeds significantly from the face. Kira turned and stumbled or ran, and Asano followed him, still with the sword in his hand, and struck again, a longer cut on the left shoulder. Then the men who had been in the corridor were there, officials, retainers, witnesses, men who had been going about their business in Edozio, and now found themselves grabbing the Lord of Akko and pulling him away from the man on the floor. Asano did not fight them for long. He seems to have understood, in the moment they took hold of him, what he had done, not the act itself, that he understood completely and had chosen, in whatever the final moment of choosing was, but the consequences. What happened to a man who drew a sword in Matsuno Oroka was not something that required explanation. Kira was taken to be treated. He was conscious, in pain, but alive. Asano was taken to a room and held while word was sent to the shogun. The shogun, Tokugawa Tsunayoshi, was informed of what had happened. The response was immediate and furious. Tokugawa Tsunayoshi was 63 years old, had been shogun for 25 years, and had spent much of his tenure creating and enforcing laws that prohibited the harming of animals. He had so many dogs maintained at public expense that the citizens of Edo called him the dog shogun, though not where he could hear them. He was a man who believed in order. He believed in the forms that held order in place. The ceremony of the shogunate, the protocol of Edozio, the rules that governed how men behaved in the presence of power, these were not to him mere conventions. They were the substance of civilization. A man who drew a sword in Matsuno Oroka had not merely broken a rule, he had attacked civilization itself. The judgment came the same day. Asano Takumi no Kami was ordered to die according to the samurai tradition, that same day at the mansion of a lord in Takanawa who received him for the purpose. The Akko domain would be dissolved. The Asano family would be ended. And Kira? Kira had been the injured party. Kira would receive no formal punishment. He recovered from his wounds. He continued. This asymmetry, the dead man and the unharmed man, is the engine that drives everything that follows. If Kira had been punished, even lightly, the story of the 47 would not exist. The story exists because the judgment felt unjust to the men who had to live with it. Asano's final hours. Asano Takumi no Kami was taken to the mansion of the Lord of Takanawa. He was given a room. He was given a small amount of time. He is said to have composed a poem in those final hours. The poem speaks of a flower that falls before it has had time to scatter its petals, before the wind that scatters petals has come. The image of a man cut down before what he wanted to do was done, before the anger he had expressed had been answered. He died that afternoon. At the moment his life ended, someone in his domain, in Akko, 600 kilometers away, was still going about ordinary business, not yet knowing. Farmers in the fields of Akko did not yet know. The merchants in the town did not yet know. Oishi Kuranosuke, the chief retainer who had managed everything, who had guided a 9-year-old lord through decades of governance, did not yet know. The knowledge that his lord was dead was still traveling westward on the Tokaido, carried by riders who rode as fast as the road allowed. The wife of Asano. Aguri-hime, the wife of Asano Takumi no Kami, learned of her husband's death in Edo, where she had been maintaining the family's establishment. She was the daughter of a powerful noble family, a woman of education and composure, and the composure she displayed in the days after her husband's death was noted by those who observed it. She was informed that the Asano house was dissolved, that she would need to leave the establishment in Edo, that her life as the wife of a domain lord was over. She did not break. She arranged for the proper observances. She dealt with the practical necessities of dissolution. She eventually entered a convent, taking religious vows, and she lived for many years after her husband's death in the quiet practice of those vows. She outlived the 47. She outlived everyone. She died in 1741, 40 years after the corridor, and she was buried at Sengakuzi, near her husband, near the men who had done what they did for him. She had known all along what Oishi was planning. She had never spoken of it to anyone who could use it against them. The riders going west. The early riders left Edo before the ceremony at Takanawa was complete. They rode west on the Tokaido, through the mountain passes and the station towns, through the rain or the clear weather of early spring. 4.5 days of hard riding, through Atami, through Kakegawa, through Hamamatsu, through Nagoya, west through the mountains, and finally into Harimanokuni. The first rider arrived with the bare fact of the incident. The Lord had struck someone in Edozio. He had been detained. More information was coming. Oishi Kuranosuke gathered what he could from the first rider's account, and began to prepare for the information he already suspected was coming. The second rider arrived with everything. The Lord was dead. The domain was dissolved. The castle would be surrendered. The Asano family was finished. Oishi Kuranosuke. His full name was Oishi Oshio. He was 44 years old when the second rider arrived. He had been the chief retainer of Akko since Asano inherited the domain as a 9-year-old, which meant he had effectively governed Akko for 26 years, managing the finances, maintaining the roads and the irrigation systems, resolving disputes between the people of the domain, dealing with the shogunate's regular demands, keeping a domain of 50,000 koku functioning smoothly through good years and difficult ones. He had a wife named Riku, whom he had married young and with whom he had raised several children. He had a position, the highest position a retainer could hold. He had a clear idea of what he owed to his lord, and to the people who depended on him. And he had now a situation that none of his training and experience had prepared him for. He received the second rider's message in the way that men who have been preparing for terrible news receive it when it arrives. He had known, from the first rider's account, that the situation was serious. He had not allowed himself to know, not fully, what serious meant until the second rider confirmed it. Now he knew, and with the knowing came the question that would occupy the next 2 years of his life. What do you do when the thing that has happened is unjust, and the people with the power to address the injustice have decided not to? He called the retainers together. He told them what had happened. He laid out the situation honestly. Then he told them the options as he saw them. They could resist and lock themselves in the castle and die in the taking. This was discussed and refused, not because it was not honorable, but because it would end everything without accomplishing anything. They could surrender quietly and scatter. This was discussed and refused by most of them because it felt like abandonment. Or they could pursue justice through the proper channels, petition the shogunate for the revival of the Asano house, ask for Kira to be punished, stay together and maintain their identity as retainers of Akko even after Akko no longer officially existed. This was the path Oishi chose, for now. The surrender of the castle. The castle of Akko was surrendered 5 days after the incident. In those 5 days, Oishi managed the transition with his characteristic attention to detail. The hansatsu, the paper currency of Akko, would become worthless when the domain dissolved. Oishi called the currency in and exchanged it for silver at full face value from the domain's reserves. This was not required. He did it anyway, because it was right. He settled debts, distributed the remaining assets carefully, prepared an accounting of everything so that the shogunate's officials would find everything in order. In the midst of catastrophe, Oishi was doing the paperwork. On the day of the surrender, the retainers assembled at the castle for the last time. Some wept, some were silent. Oishi is said to have been calm, not the calm of someone who did not feel what was happening, but the calm of someone who had decided what he was going to do and had set aside the feeling in order to do it. He left Akko and traveled to Yamashina near Kyoto. He rented a house. He settled in. He began to write letters. The letters went to officials in Edo through the proper channels, asking formally and carefully for 2 things: the revival of the Asano house under the younger brother of Asano Takumi no Kami, and the punishment of Kira for his role in provoking the incident. The shogunate received the petitions. The shogunate considered the petitions. The shogunate did not respond in the way Oishi hoped. Meanwhile, Kira continued to live in his mansion in Edo. He had recovered from his wounds quickly. He had resumed his life, but he had also, quietly, reinforced everything around him. He increased his guards. He hired additional men. He arranged his household so that he was always surrounded by people whose job was to ensure his safety. Kira did not believe the matter was settled. He was right. The men who would become the 47. Among the retainers of Akko who refused to simply scatter and accept what had happened were men of very different backgrounds and circumstances. Understanding who they were helps explain why what they did has endured for 300 years. Horibe Yasube was 23 years old when his lord died, and he was furious in a way that the older men in the group were not. He was the son of a retainer who had fallen on hard times, who had been adopted into the Horibe family to restore their line, and who had grown up with the particular intensity of someone who has something to prove. Before the incident at Matsuno Oroka, he had already been involved in a famous fight, the Kozukenosuke no Katakyuchi, a vendetta incident in which he had helped a friend avenge a father's death. He had fought, and fought well, and had a reputation for both skill and recklessness that the older men in the group would need to manage carefully over the next 2 years. He wanted to act immediately. He did not understand why they were waiting. Oishi understood that his impatience was also his value. When the time came, Horibe would not hesitate, and managed him accordingly. Okano Hidatake was in his 30s and possessed of a different kind of value. He was good-looking, personable, and gifted with the ability to make himself trusted by people who had no particular reason to trust him. He had worked in the administration of Akko in a capacity that required him to be reliable and discreet, and he brought both qualities to the task of maintaining Oishi's intelligence network in Edo. It was Okano who befriended the man inside Kira's household, who maintained the connection through shared interest in tea, who ensured that the information continued to flow. He was not a fighter in the way Horibe was a fighter. He was something the group needed just as much. Terasaka Kichiemon was the lowest ranking member of the group, and Ashigaru, a foot soldier, the bottom of the samurai class. His presence among the 47 raises questions that have never been fully answered. A man of his rank was not expected to participate in the decisions of men far above him. His loyalty and his presence were both unusual. He was accepted. He would play a role, at the end, that no one else could play. Muramatsu Hikoemon was one of the older men in the group, a man in his 50s, who had served Akko for decades, and who brought to the group the particular authority of someone who has been doing things for a very long time and knows how they are supposed to be done. He was steady, he was reliable, he was not exciting in the way that Horibe was exciting. He was the kind of man a group needs when the exciting men are about to do something that the group needs to survive. Yamamoto Kansuke, not the famous strategist of the same name, but a retainer of Akko who had the same gift for practical thinking. He was one of the men who helped Oishi plan the logistics of the operation that was taking shape, slowly, over the months in Yamashina. These men, and the others who would eventually form the 47, maintained contact through letters, through occasional meetings, through the network that Oishi had built and was carefully maintaining. They did not all know, at this early stage, exactly what was being planned. Oishi knew. Some of the inner circle knew. The others waited and trusted and stayed ready. Kira's household watches back. Kira was not passive during this period. He had people watching Oishi in Yamashina, reporting on who came to visit, what letters arrived, what the former chief retainer of Akko was doing with his days. The reports that came back to Kira in Edo were, for the first year, reassuring. Oishi was petitioning through proper channels. Oishi was maintaining a modest household. Oishi was not, as far as the watchers could tell, organizing anything dangerous. But Kira did not fully relax. He continued to maintain his guards. He continued to be careful about where he went and when. The wound on his shoulder healed. The wound on his forehead left a small scar that he wore for the rest of his life, a reminder that lived in his mirror every morning of what the Lord of Akko had done and what the Lord of Akko's men might yet do. Inside Kira's household, the atmosphere of the period was one of managed anxiety. The guards knew why they were there. The servants knew why the master was careful. Everyone in that household understood that their employer was a man who had made an enemy, and that the enemy was not entirely accounted for. They lived with this understanding for 2 years. It wore on them, as sustained vigilance always wears on people, and the wearing made it harder to maintain the level of alertness that the situation required. The end of the official path. In the 7th month of 1702, 16 months after the incident in Matsuno Oroka, the shogunate delivered its final answer on the question of the revival of the Asano house. The younger brother of Asano Takumi no Kami, whose name was Asano Nagahiro, had been in limbo since the dissolution of Akko, maintained under a form of house arrest while the shogunate decided what to do with him. The decision: he would not be permitted to revive the house. The Asano family would remain dissolved. The answer was no. The door was closed. Oishi received this news in Yamashina. He read the official communication. He was quiet for a moment. Then he began to make plans for the Enzan meeting. The Enzan meeting took place in Kyoto, at a location chosen for its privacy. The men who came were the inner circle, the ones who had known, or suspected, or been willing to consider where this was going. Oishi laid out the situation without ambiguity. The official path was closed. The house could not be revived through legitimate channels. The shogunate had made its decision. The question now was what they were going to do about it. He said, "I am going to Edo. I am going to Kira's mansion. I am going to do what the justice we were denied should have done." He said, "I do not require you to come. What I am planning will end in our deaths. I know this. We all know this. I am asking only those who understand this and who choose it anyway to come." He gave back the pledges, the written oaths of loyalty that bound them to each other. Each man who did not take his pledge back was declaring his intention to go, to Edo, to the mansion, to the end. 47 men did not take their pledges back. Part 2, The Waiting. The waiting is the part of the story that is hardest to tell, not because nothing happened during the waiting. Things happened constantly, small things and large things, movements and decisions, and the slow accumulation of plans that were not yet plans, but were becoming plans. The waiting is hard to tell because it lasted nearly 2 years, and 2 years of sustained purpose under the surface of apparent dissolution is not the kind of thing that lends itself to simple narration. It requires patience from the listener, just as it required patience from the men who lived through it. 2 years, from the spring of 1701 to the winter of 1702. The men who would become the 47 spent those 2 years in various states of readiness and apparent unreadiness, scattered across Japan, maintaining contact through letters and occasional meetings, each of them living some version of the ordinary life while carrying, underneath, the knowledge of what was coming. The life in Yamashina. Oishi Kuranosuke settled in Yamashina with a small household, A few former retainers, the basic necessities, the modesty appropriate to a man whose domain had dissolved and whose income had shrunk accordingly. He maintained his correspondence. He continued the petitions. He received visitors. He attended to the business of keeping the former retainers of Akko connected to each other and to him. His wife Riku was with him in these early months. She was a practical woman, the daughter of a samurai family, and she had understood from the moment the second rider arrived what the situation was and what her husband was likely to do about it. She did not interfere. She managed the household. She maintained the appearance of ordinary life. She gave him what she could, which was the stability of a functioning home in the middle of everything that was unstable. She would need to be sent away eventually. The performance that Oishi was preparing required a wife's absence, but for now, she was there. The former retainers who gathered around Oishi in Yamashina came and went according to their various circumstances. Some had found provisional arrangements, temporary work, the hospitality of relatives, situations that allowed them to remain available without requiring them to declare themselves openly. Others were in more difficult straits. The money that had come from Akko's dissolution was finite. It supported the immediate needs, the messengers and the meetings, and the maintaining of contact with the men in Edo, but it would not last forever. Some of the former retainers were beginning to feel the pressure of what it meant to live without a domain's income, and the pressure was not making them patient. Horibe Yasube in Edo. Horibe Yasube was 23 years old when his lord died, and he spent the months after the dissolution in a state of barely contained fury. He had grown up with the story of his own family's honor. He had been adopted into the Horibe family to restore their line after his birth father fell on hard times, and he had always understood that his position required him to be worthy of the name he had been given. He was a gifted fighter, trained with the single-minded intensity of someone who knew that his body was his primary asset, and he had already demonstrated that training in the Kozukenosuke no Katakiuchi before the events of Matsuno Oroka. He was in Edo when the incident happened. He heard about it within hours, and his reaction was immediate. They should act now, while everything was fresh, while the outrage was still raw, while the 47 had not yet been dispersed and weakened by time. He wrote to Oishi expressing this view. Oishi's response was careful, measured, and clear. They would not act now. The time was not right. The watchers were too numerous. Kira's guards were too alert. Acting now would be failing. They needed to wait. Horibe received this and hated it and complied with it. He found work in Edo, physical work, the kind that kept his body sharp and his fighting skills from fading. He maintained contact with Oishi through letters. He watched Kira's mansion from a distance, learning its rhythms, noting its guards, storing the information that would become useful later. He channeled his fury into preparation. It was not comfortable for him. He was not a man built for waiting, but he waited. There is a famous story from this period involving Horibe, and a man who insulted the memory of Asano Takumi no Kami in public. The man made some dismissive comment about the Lord of Akko, something suggesting that a man who drew a sword in Matsuno Oroka was not worth avenging. Horibe heard this. Horibe's response was the response of a man who had been containing his fury for months. and found an outlet that would not compromise the larger plan. He challenged the man. He fought him. He won. He did not kill him. Killing him would have brought the attention of the authorities. He simply defeated him thoroughly enough that the man would not be making dismissive comments about Asano Takumi no Kami again, at least not where Horibe could hear them. Oishi heard about this. He did not reprimand Horibe. He noted it. He understood that Horibe's fury was a tool that needed to be directed, not suppressed. A man who would fight over a public insult to his lord's memory was a man who would not hesitate when the moment came. The management of Horibe, keeping him ready without letting him act too soon, was one of the ongoing tasks of the 2 years of waiting. Okano Hidetaka and the tea ceremony. Okano Hidetake was in Edo throughout the period of waiting, maintaining the intelligence network that Oishi needed to keep the operation viable. He was 33 years old in 1701, a man of middle rank in the former hierarchy of Akko, and he had the gift that made him invaluable. He was likable. Not in the loud, obvious way of men who make themselves the center of every gathering. In the quieter way of men who remember what you told them last time, who ask the right questions, who make you feel that your interests and your thoughts are interesting to them, and for whom, genuinely, they are. He had found his way into the neighborhood near Kira's mansion, through a series of small connections, each leading to the next, until he had established himself as a familiar presence in the area, without anyone quite being able to say when he had arrived or why he was there. He had work of some kind, the records are not specific about what, that gave him a reason to be in the neighborhood regularly. The connection to Kira's household came through Sadu. Okano had learned the tea ceremony, not superficially, not as a cover, but genuinely, with the seriousness of someone who found in it what it offered, a form that contained feeling, a practice that demanded presence. He was good at it. His teacher was a man who taught in the neighborhood near Kira's mansion, and among his fellow students was someone who worked inside Kira's household. The friendship that developed between Okano and this person was real, built over months of shared practice, genuine conversations about the form and what it meant, the kind of friendship that emerges between people who have found something they both care about. Through this friendship, information arrived, not military information. The man inside Kira's household was not a guard or a strategist, but the rhythms of a household are observable to anyone who lives inside it. When Kira went out, when he stayed in, when guests came, what Kira's state of mind seemed to be, whether the level of alertness inside the mansion was rising or falling. This information, carefully gathered and carefully transmitted, was the intelligence that made the eventual planning possible. Okano also maintained watch on Kira's guards directly. He knew their numbers. He knew their rotations. He knew which of them were experienced fighters and which were not. He knew the layout of the mansion from careful observation and from what he had learned through his friendship. By the time the operation was ready to be executed, Okano knew more about the inside of Kira's household than most people who actually worked there. The performance begins approximately a year after the incident, in the spring or early summer of 1702. Oishi began the performance that would become the most discussed aspect of his conduct during the period of waiting. He began to drink, not privately, not in the modesty of his household in Yamashina, but in public, in the establishments of Kyoto, where the citizens of the old capital gathered, and where, inevitably, what happened in those establishments became known to those who were paying attention. And those who were paying attention included the people Kira had stationed in Kyoto to monitor the former chief retainer of Akko. The performance was comprehensive. Oishi drank. He was seen in the company of women who were not his wife. He was seen in a state that a man of his former dignity should not have allowed himself to reach in public. He was observed to be, in the careful judgment of the people watching him, a man who had given up, who had accepted his situation, who had decided that the pursuit of justice was futile, and had turned instead to the consolations available to a man of his means and his position, a man who was no longer a threat. There is a story, possibly apocryphal, certainly memorable, of Oishi being in the streets of Kyoto one evening in a state of considerable intoxication when a man from the Satsuma domain came upon him. The Satsuman was contemptuous. He said loudly in front of witnesses, "So this is the great Oishi, the chief retainer of Akko. Look at him. They say he plans revenge, but look at him. He is nothing. He is a drunk in the street." And as evidence of his contempt, the Satsuman did something to Oishi, kicked him perhaps, or spat on him, or simply walked past him with an expression of such elaborate disdain that the message was unmistakable. Oishi did not respond. He lay or sat or stood in his state of apparent intoxication and let it happen and said nothing. The Satsuman went away, satisfied that the reports were correct. Oishi was finished. There was nothing to fear from the former chief retainer of Akko. Kira could relax. The watchers reported accordingly. What the Satsuman did not know, what no one knew except Oishi and the inner circle, was that Kono was not intoxication, but performance, that the man who had let himself be insulted and had not responded was making a calculation, the calculation that his humiliation today was worth more, strategically, than his dignity, because his humiliation would reach Kira's ears and make Kira relax, and a relaxed Kira was a Kira who could be reached. The Satsuman would later, when the full story became known, experience a particular kind of mortification. He had insulted a man in his finest hour. The divorce. Oishi divorced his wife Riku. He sent her home to her family with the children who were still young enough to be sent. The older children remained with him or found their own arrangements. The divorce was the hardest part of the performance, harder than the drinking, harder than the public humiliation, harder than anything else the performance required. Riku had known, from before any of this began, that something like this might come. She had accepted it in the way that she had accepted everything, practically without visible collapse, with the composure that was as much a part of her as her knowledge of her husband's intentions. She later said, or is reported to have said, that she understood the divorce was not real in the way that most divorces are real, that she understood her husband was not abandoning her in the sense that mattered, that she would wait for whatever came after. She did wait. She lived long enough to know how it ended. She outlived her husband. She was buried beside him eventually, in the temple compound at Sengakuzi. in the place where what he had spent his last years working toward was completed. There is a son, Oishi Chikara, a young man who was about 15 or 16 at the time of the divorce. He was old enough to understand what was happening, old enough to have opinions about it, old enough to be included, carefully, in the planning. He would be one of the 47, the youngest. He would go through the gates of Kira's mansion beside his father. He would do what the others did. He would fulfill his duty as they fulfilled theirs at Matsuno Dairanokami's mansion in the second month of 1703, beside his father and the other men. Oishi Chikara was 16 when he committed to being one of the 47. He had known by that point what the commitment meant. He had been told clearly. He had chosen it. The choice of a 16-year-old who understands exactly what he is choosing is something that the tradition has always found both moving and almost incomprehensible. He chose it. He went through the gate. He kept his word. The new companion. After the divorce, Oishi took a companion, a woman from the establishments of Kyoto, where he had been conducting his public performance of dissolution. Her name was Okaru. She was young and, by the accounts that describe her, genuinely likable rather than merely professionally agreeable. She seems to have understood at some point during her time with Oishi that the man she was with was not what he appeared to be. The understanding appears to have come gradually, from small inconsistencies between the performance and the reality, moments when the mask slipped slightly, when the careful calculation showed through the apparent abandonment. She kept what she knew, or suspected, to herself. She continued her role in the performance. She was, in this way, an unwitting collaborator in something she had not been asked to collaborate in. When the full story became known, Okaru's position in it was discussed. She had been used, in a sense. Her presence had been part of the performance of dissolution, evidence that Oishi had moved on, but she had also, by all accounts, been treated well, been cared for, been given more than the transaction required. There is a version of the story in which Oishi, before leaving for Edo in the final stages of the plan, returned to Okaru and explained himself. What he said and what she responded has been dramatized many times and probably bears no close resemblance to whatever actually happened. What seems likely is that he said something and that she received it, and that they parted without the kind of scene that would have attracted attention. The scattered men. While Oishi conducted his performance in Kyoto, the other men who would become the 47 were scattered across Japan in their various situations, maintaining the network of contact that kept them connected to the plan and to each other. Muramatsuhiko Emon was in his 50s, one of the oldest of the group, and he had found a kind of provisional peace with the waiting that the younger men found harder to achieve. He had served Akko for decades. He had seen things take time. He understood in a way that Horibe could not yet understand that the things worth doing usually took longer than you wanted them to take. He maintained contact with Oishi regularly, managed the communication with some of the men in his region, and waited with the particular patience of someone who had been waiting for difficult things his entire adult life. Yamamoto Kansuke had taken on a different kind of work during the period of waiting. He was one of the men working on the logistics of what was being planned. The practical questions of how 47 men would enter a fortified mansion in the middle of Edo without being stopped before they reached their objective. The logistics required knowledge, the layout of the mansion, the numbers and positions of the guards, the timing of the watch rotations, the location of the gates, and the distances between them. Some of this knowledge came from Okano's intelligence network. Some of it came from other sources. Yamamoto assembled it, organized it, and prepared the operational plans that would be refined over the final months. Isogai Zuro was another of the planners. He was in his 40s, a man with a gift for the kind of thinking that takes a complex problem and breaks it into its components. The question of how to enter the mansion was one problem. The question of what to do once inside was another. The question of how to find Kira, who was known to be cautious about his location within his own household when he felt threatened, was a third. Isogai worked on these questions with the same methodical care that Oishi brought to everything else. The question of defection. During the 2 years of waiting, some men left the group. Not many, but some. Men who had committed at one point, and then, as the reality of what commitment meant became clearer, found that they could not maintain the commitment. These men are sometimes treated harshly by the tradition. They are cast as cowards, as men who failed the test. This is not entirely fair. The test they were being asked to pass was not a small one. They were being asked to spend 2 years of their lives in poverty and uncertainty, and then, at the end of those 2 years, to walk through the gates of a fortified mansion in the full knowledge that they would not come out of the experience alive in any useful sense. Some of them had families, some of them had found new positions, new loyalties, new reasons to continue living. Some of them had simply looked at what was being asked and concluded that it was too much. Oishi received their withdrawals with the same careful neutrality with which he received everything. He did not condemn them publicly. He made sure that each man who withdrew understood that he was not to speak of what he knew about the plan. This understanding was reached without threats. There were no threats. Through the shared recognition that these men, whatever their reasons for withdrawing, still honored the memory of Asano Takumi no Kami and would not betray the men who were continuing. None of them did. The men who withdrew kept their silence. The plan proceeded. The final months. By the autumn of 1702, the situation had clarified in all the ways that mattered. The shogunate had delivered its final answer. The petitions had produced nothing. The official path was closed. The 47 who remained were committed, had been told what was coming, had had time to reconsider, and had not reconsidered. The plans were as complete as they could be made without actually executing them. Oishi sent word to the men scattered across Japan. It was time to come to Edo, not all at once, not in any way that would attract attention. One by one, in 2s and 3s, over the following weeks, they came. They found lodgings in different parts of the city. They took up the appearances of their various covers: merchants, tradesmen, men in transit, men with business in Edo that required their presence. They resumed the surveillance of Kira's mansion that some of them had maintained throughout, confirming that the intelligence was current, that the guards were where they had been, that the rhythms of the household were as expected. Okano, who had been in Edo throughout, updated his intelligence. The tea ceremony connection inside Kira's household had produced one final piece of information. Kira was planning a gathering in the 12th month, a tea gathering, an occasion of celebration and art, the kind of event at which the household's attention would be on hospitality and ceremony rather than on the security of its master, the kind of evening when a man who had been slowly relaxing for a year and a half might finally, fully let his guard down. The 47 would enter Kira's mansion on the night of the 14th day of the 12th month. The preparation. In the final weeks before the 14th day, the 47 prepared in the ways available to them in the lodgings they had taken across Edo. Weapons were checked. Armor was assembled from the pieces that had been carefully maintained through the years of waiting or acquired in Edo with the care of men who did not want to attract attention. The plans for the assault on the mansion were rehearsed, not physically, not in ways that could be observed, but in the minds of the men who would execute them. The positions were assigned, the signals were established, the routes from the various meeting points to the mansion were walked, carefully, in the days before the 14th. The plans had two elements, a group attacking from the front gate and a group attacking from the back. Both groups would move simultaneously when the signal was given. The signal was a drum. The timing was critical. The two groups needed to enter at the same moment, from opposite sides, in order to prevent Kira from escaping through the gate that was not yet under assault. The men were told again what they had been told before. They were there for one person. They were not to harm servants. They were not to harm women. They were to conduct themselves as men doing what needed to be done, not as men doing what they enjoyed. The discipline of the operation was as important as its effectiveness. They were not raiders. They were men of Akko, executing the judgment that the shogunate had failed to execute. The night before the 14th, Oishi Kuranosuke met with the men at a location near the mansion. He spoke to them. What he said has been recorded in various forms, none of which is certainly authentic, all of which convey the same essential content. He told them that tomorrow they would do what they had come to do. He told them that he was proud of them. He told them that whatever happened after, they had already done something that would not be forgotten. And then he told them to sleep, if they could, and to be ready. Some of them did not sleep. Horibe Yasube, by his own later account, was awake through most of the night. Not from fear, not primarily from fear, though the acknowledgement of fear in such circumstances is not cowardice but honesty. He was awake because he had been waiting 2 years and 4 months for this night, and the waiting was almost over, and the end of waiting, after that long, is its own kind of agitation. He lay in the dark in his lodgings in Edo, and thought about Asano Takumi no Kami, whom he had served, whom he had not been able to protect, whom he was about to report to. Oishi Chikara, the youngest, was also, reportedly, awake. He was 18 by this point, or close to it. He thought about his mother Riku, whom he had not seen in months, whom he might not see again. He thought about what he had committed to. He did not, apparently, reconsider. He lay in the dark and waited for morning. Oishi himself may have slept. He was the kind of man who, by the accounts of those who knew him, was capable of sleeping when sleep was necessary and available. He had done what could be done. The plan was as complete as it could be. The men were ready. The night would pass, the morning would come, and on the morning of the 14th day of the 12th month, they would do what they had come to do. Part 3. The Night. The 14th day of the 12th month of the 15th year of Genroku, the year 1702. The night was cold in the particular way that Edo is cold in December, a cold that comes off the water, the bay to the east, and finds its way through the streets of the city with the efficiency of something that has been doing this for a very long time and knows all the routes. The 47 had been moving into position since the early evening, not together, not in any way that would have told an observer what was happening. They moved through the streets of Edo in the way of men who belonged there, in ones and twos, by different routes, arriving at the designated meeting point near Kira's mansion in Honzyo Matsuzakacho. Over the course of 2 hours, each man finding his place in the darkness and waiting. Kira's mansion was not a small place. It occupied a substantial area in Honzyo, one of the newer districts of Edo, a neighborhood that had grown up in the previous decades as the city expanded beyond its original boundaries. The mansion had a main gate on the south side and a secondary gate on the north side. Between them, the compound contained the main residence, several outbuildings, gardens, the servants' quarters, and the guard posts, where Kira's men maintained their watch through the night. On an ordinary night, the guards numbered somewhere between 50 and 60 men. On the night of the 14th, with the tea gathering completed, and the guests departed, and the household, in the relaxed state that follows a successful evening, the guards were present, but not at their highest alertness. This was the moment Oishi had been waiting for. Not the moment of lowest guard. He had never expected to find Kira unguarded. But the moment of sufficient relaxation, that the guard's response would be delayed enough for the 47 to complete what they needed to complete before a coordinated defense could be organized. The assembly. By the hour of the ox, roughly 2 in the morning by modern reckoning, the 47 were assembled. Oishi counted them. He knew the number he was looking for. He found it. All 47, in the cold, in the dark, in the neighborhood near Kira's mansion. The men who had spent 2 years and 4 months becoming this specific group, in this specific place, on this specific night, were all present. Oishi spoke to them quietly. He reminded them of what they were there for. He reminded them of how they were to conduct themselves. No harm to servants or women, no excess, no behavior that would make what they were doing into something other than what it was. He reminded them that they were men of Akko, that they represented a lord who had died without justice, and that their conduct tonight would be the last thing they did under that lord's name, and it needed to be worthy of it. Then he divided them. The larger group, under his own command, would take the front gate. The smaller group, under his son Oishi Chikara, would take the back gate. The signal was a taiko drum, a large ceremonial drum that could be heard at considerable distance, whose sound would tell both groups that the assault had begun, and that both should move simultaneously. The groups moved to their positions. The streets were empty. The night was cold. The painted pines of Matsuno Oroka were far away, across the city, inside the castle that had set all of this in motion. The men of Akko moved through the streets of Edo and took their positions at the gates of the mansion of Kozukenosuke and waited for the signal. The neighbor who tried. A man who lived near Kira's mansion saw them coming. This was perhaps inevitable. 47 men in armor, carrying weapons, moving through a residential district in the middle of the night, are not entirely invisible even in the dark. The neighbor saw them, understood something of what he was seeing, and ran to the mansion's gate to warn the guards. The guards received him with the skepticism of men who had been maintaining a state of heightened alertness for a year and a half, and had not, in all that time, seen anything that justified the alertness. They told him he was mistaken, or they told him to go home, or they received his warning with more seriousness than they showed, and simply did not have time to act on it. The accounts differ. What is consistent is that the warning did not produce a meaningful defensive response before the signal sounded. The drum sounded, both gates at once. The front gate. Oishi's group moved on the front gate with the precision of men who had planned this moment for 2 years and were not going to waste it on hesitation. They had a battering ram, a wooden beam carried by several men, and they used it. The gate was not designed to withstand a determined assault from outside. It was designed to control ordinary access, to keep people from entering without authorization, not to stop armed men who had decided to enter regardless. The gate gave way. The guards on the other side were there. They had heard the drum. They had heard the noise at the gate. They were ready as men can be in the 20 seconds between warning and assault. And they had weapons, and some of them were experienced fighters. But they were outnumbered, and more importantly, they were facing men who had nothing to lose, who had known for 2 years that this night would end in their own deaths one way or another, and who had therefore made a particular peace with fear that the guards had not made. The difference between a man who is afraid of dying and a man who has already accepted dying is not small in a fight. The guards fought. Several on both sides were injured. None of the 47 were killed. The guards were moved through, not destroyed, not massacred, but pushed aside, and Oishi's group was inside the compound. The back gate. Oishi Chikara's group at the back gate faced a somewhat different situation. The back gate was smaller, the access more confined, the fighting that took place there more immediate and personal. Horibe Yasube was in this group. He had been assigned to the back gate, which was the harder assignment in some ways. Smaller space, closer quarters. The fighting would be more intense for the number of men involved. Horibe was 25 years old. He had been training for this moment, or something like it, since before the events of Matsuno Oroka. He had trained through the 2 years of waiting, had kept himself sharp when everything else in his life was uncertain, had channeled the fury that had been accumulating since his lord's death into the discipline of preparation. At the back gate of Kira's mansion, in the cold of the 12th month, he was exactly what the moment required. He went through the gate with the efficiency of someone who had been through gates like this before, not this gate specifically, but similar gates in the practice bouts and the real confrontations of his years of training. He was among the first of his group inside the compound. He engaged the guards on the inside of the back gate, with the focus of a man who had been saving this for a long time. The back gate was secured. The compound was now enclosed from both sides. The search. Kira was not in his room. This was known, or strongly suspected, before the assault began. Okano's intelligence had indicated that Kira had a habit, when he felt threatened, of moving from his main room to secondary locations within the compound. The habit made sense. A man who knows he might be attacked will not sleep in the most obvious place. Kira had known at some level for 2 years that this night might come. He had prepared for it in the ways available to him. One of those ways was simply not being where he was expected to be. The 47 searched the compound room by room. They did this with the discipline they had been instructed to maintain. No harming of servants, no harming of women. The doors of the rooms where the women of the household had taken refuge were not forced. The search was thorough and methodical, and it took time. Time in a situation like this is a complicated thing. It feels simultaneously very short and very long. The guards who had been overwhelmed at the gates were in various states of injury and incapacitation. The servants who had not taken refuge were cooperating with the search, or pretending to cooperate while actually not cooperating, or simply staying out of the way. The compound was large. The night was cold. They found him. Kira Yoshihisa. He was in a small storage room attached to one of the outbuildings, behind the main residence, in a part of the compound that was not where guests went, and not where a lord of his rank would ordinarily spend an evening. He had changed from his formal clothing, the clothing he had been wearing for the tea gathering, into something simpler, the clothing of a servant or a workman, the clothing of someone who did not want to be recognized. He was crouched or huddled in the storage room, not armed, not fighting, trying not to be found. He was 62 years old. The scar on his forehead from Asano Takuminokami's sword was 2 years old. The cut on his shoulder had healed. He had lived for 2 years knowing, or suspecting, that this night might come, and had taken every precaution available to him, had hired guards and reinforced gates, and cultivated intelligence networks, and all of it had come down to this: a storage room in his own compound, in the dark, in the clothing of a servant, hoping that the men searching for him would not find him here. One of the 47 held a torch to his face. The face was recognized. The man called for Oishi. Oishi came. He looked at the man in front of him, the man who had, in the corridor 2 years ago, been treated as the injured party while Asano Takuminokami died. He offered him the choice that was required by the tradition, the honorable way, according to the samurai code, the end that a man of his rank was supposed to be capable of choosing. Kira did not respond. He did not move. He sat in the storage room of his own compound and said nothing and did not take what was offered. Oishi waited, a respectful interval, the interval that courtesy required, even here, even in this storage room, even at this hour. Then he did what he had come to do. Kira Yoshihisa died in the storage room of his own compound, in the cold of the 12th month, in the servant's clothing he had put on in the hope that he would not be found. He was 62 years old. The tea gathering he had hosted that evening had gone well. His guests had enjoyed themselves. The forms had been observed correctly. He had done, in the last normal hours of his life, the thing he did best. The proof, Oishi wrapped the proof of what had been accomplished in the garment that Asano Takumi no Kami had worn on the day of his death. He had carried this garment through 2 years and 4 months of waiting, through Yamashina and the petitions and the performance and the months in Edo, specifically for this purpose, specifically for this night. The garment had been waiting as long as the men had been waiting. It had arrived at this moment with them. The 47 assembled in the courtyard of the mansion. The grounds were quiet now in a way they had not been quiet an hour earlier. The guards who had fought were attended to. The servants who had been in the residence were not harmed. The women of the household were not harmed. The compound was intact, except for the damage to the gates and the evidence of the fighting that had taken place there. Oishi counted. 47 men had come in. He counted 47 men in the courtyard. He spoke to them. He told them that they had done what they had come to do. He told them that now they had one more thing to do. They had to go and tell their lord. The walk to Sengakuzi. They left the compound in formation, not fleeing, not dispersing into the city and disappearing, in formation, openly, moving south through the streets of Edo in the direction of Sengakuzi, the temple in Takanawa, where Asano Takumi no Kami was buried. The city was beginning to wake. It was not yet dawn, but the first stirrings of the early morning were beginning. The lights in windows, the sounds of people starting fires, the particular quality of a city that is on the edge of becoming active again after the night. And through this city, 47 men in armor moved south. Word spread faster than they walked. In a city of 1 million people, word of something this significant moves through the streets the way water moves through a narrow channel, quickly, with force, finding every opening. People came out of their houses. They stood in the streets and watched the 47 pass. Some of them wept. Some called out words of encouragement, cheer and recognition that the men walking past were doing something that the city recognized, something that the city had been waiting to see, something that the city did not quite have official permission to approve of, but approved of nonetheless. The 47 walked through it. They did not stop. They did not acknowledge the people watching. They moved south, toward the temple, toward the grave, toward the reporting that was the last thing they needed to do. Sengakuzi. The temple was there in the early morning dark, its gates open as temple's gates are open in the early morning for the monks who rise early for the morning rituals. The 47 entered. They went to the grave of Asano Takumi no Kami, the stone that marked the place where he had been buried after the ceremony at Takanawa 2 years and 9 months earlier. They placed the proof of what they had done before the stone. They burned incense, the smell of incense in the cold air of the early morning, in the temple where their Lord lay. They stood in silence, and then they reported. They told him what they had done. They told him they had done what they said they would do. They told him they were all here, all 47, and that none of them had failed. They told him that the thing that had been left undone was done. The abbot of Sengakuzi, who had received them with the hospitality that the situation required, sent word to the magistrate. The 47 turned themselves in. The waiting was over. The plan was complete. What came next was in the hands of others. Terasaka Kichiemon. There is one more thing to account for about the night of the 14th. When the 47 walked from Kira's mansion to Sengakuzi, one man was not with them. Terasaka Emon, the lowest-ranking member of the group, the Ashigaru who had been there from the beginning, had slipped away somewhere between the compound and the temple. Where he went and why has been the subject of debate for 3 centuries. The most commonly accepted account is that Oishi sent him away deliberately with a specific task: to travel to Akko, to deliver the news of what had happened, to report to the families who had been waiting, to the wife of Asano Takumi no Kami, to the people of the domain who deserved to know before they read about it on a notice board. Another account says he was sent to ensure that a witness survived who could tell the complete story if the authorities tried to suppress it. A third account says nothing was arranged, that Terasaka Kichiemon made his own decision in the moment and simply left. He lived until 1747, more than 40 years after the night of the 47. He visited Sengakuzi regularly throughout those decades. He attended the grave of Asano Takumi no Kami and the graves of his companions. He outlived everyone. He outlived the era. He outlived the shogun who had judged Asano Takumi no Kami and the shogun who had judged the 47. He was buried at Sengakuzi eventually, with the others, in the place where they all ended up. His stone is there, the 48th stone. The reasons for his departure on the night of the 14th remain unknown. He was asked in the decades after, and his answers were not entirely satisfying. They were the answers of a man who either did not fully know himself or did not fully want to say. What seems clear is that his survival was not accidental. Someone decided it should happen. Whether that someone was Oishi or Terasaka Kichiemon himself, the effect was the same. A witness who would live for 40 years and tend the graves of the men who had done what he had helped plan. Part 4. What followed? The shogunate did not know what to do with them. This was the honest truth of the situation in the days after the 14th of the 12th month. The 47 had done something that everyone understood, and no one could officially approve. They had carried out a private act of justice in a society where private acts of justice were not permitted. They had done what the shogunate's own judgment had failed to do, had corrected an asymmetry that the shogunate had created and declined to address, and the city of Edo had watched them walk to Sengakuzi in the early morning, and had wept and cheered, and done everything that a city does when it has witnessed something it recognizes as right, even when it cannot say so officially. The 47 were distributed among 4 lords who received them in custody. Oishi and 15 others went to the mansion of Matsuno Dairano Kami. Other groups went to the mansions of Mizuno Izumi no Kami, Okazaki Hanshu, and Moriyama Hanshu. The lords who received them were in a complicated position. They were required by the shogunate to hold these men in custody. They were also, as men who lived in Edo and understood the mood of the city, aware that treating the 47 poorly would be noted and would carry a cost. The result was that the 47 were held in conditions that were, by all accounts, considerably more comfortable than ordinary detention. They were housed decently, fed adequately, allowed to write letters, allowed to receive visitors. They were prisoners, but prisoners whose jailers respected them. The debate inside the shogunate. The argument about what to do with the 47 was fierce and extended over weeks. It engaged some of the most serious intellectual and political figures of the era, and it produced a body of opinion and counter-opinion that has been studied ever since as one of the most interesting moments in the history of Japanese ethical thought. On one side, these men had violated the law. Private acts of retribution were illegal. The shogunate's authority rested on its monopoly over the legitimate use of force. If the 47 were permitted to act outside that monopoly without being punished for it, what was the message? What would prevent anyone with a grievance from deciding that their private sense of justice outweighed the shogunate's decisions? The law existed to protect everyone. A law that applied only when it was convenient was not a law. On the other side, these men had acted with complete loyalty to their lord. They had done what the samurai code demanded. They had not acted in anger or self-interest, or not primarily in anger or self-interest, though anger was present, and the tradition did not pretend otherwise. They had waited 2 years. They had planned carefully. They had conducted themselves during the assault itself with the discipline that samurai were supposed to demonstrate. They had harmed no one who was not their legitimate target. They had turned themselves in immediately after. By any honest accounting of the samurai ideal, these men were exactly what the samurai ideal said samurai should be. The scholar Ogyu Sarai, one of the leading Confucian thinkers of the era, weighed in. His opinion was characteristic of his broader approach to ethics and governance. The law is the law. The 47 acted correctly by the standards of samurai loyalty, and their action was morally admirable. But the shogunate cannot allow private acts of justice to stand unpunished, because the shogunate's authority depends on its exclusive control over justice. Both things are true. The men were right. The punishment must happen anyway. The way to honor both truths simultaneously was to allow the 47 to end their lives as samurai rather than as criminals. The distinction mattered enormously. It was this opinion, or something close to it, that ultimately prevailed. The Judgment. In the second month of 1703, less than 2 months after the night of the 14th, the shogunate delivered its decision. The 47 would be permitted to fulfill the samurai tradition, not as criminals, executed publicly in disgrace, as samurai, allowed to end their lives in the honorable way, in the mansions of the lords who had received them, with the ceremony and the dignity that the tradition required. The manner of the announcement, the specific wording, the way the decision was communicated to the 47, all of this has been examined carefully by historians and ethicists over the centuries. What seems clear is that the shogunate understood it was navigating something that required delicacy. A decision that was too harsh would confirm what the city of Edo already believed, that the shogunate cared more about its own authority than about justice. A decision that was too lenient would undermine the principle that private acts of retribution could not be permitted. The decision that was made tried to thread this needle, honor their action by allowing them the honorable way, maintain the law by not simply releasing them. The 47 received the judgment in the various mansions where they were held. The accounts of their reception of the news describe men who were not surprised. They had known from the Enzan meeting, from the beginning of the final phase of the plan, that this was how it would end. They had chosen it knowing this. The judgment confirmed what they had already accepted. Oishi at Matsuno Daira no Kami's mansion. Oishi Kuranosuke was held at the mansion of Matsuno Daira no Kami with 15 of the 47. He had been there for nearly 2 months. During that time he had written letters to Riku, to his children, to the men in the other mansions, to the abbot of Sengakuzi, to various people whose knowledge of what had happened and why he wanted to ensure was accurate and complete. He had been, in those 2 months, the same man he had always been, attending to the details, making sure things were in order, doing the work of a man who understood that the end of things still requires the work of ending them properly. He composed a poem. The poem, and there is good reason to believe this one is authentic, unlike many of the poems attributed to figures in the tradition, speaks of the samurai's loyalty as a flower that blooms in the spring, that was always going to bloom regardless of the cold that surrounded it. Whether this was his final poem or one of several, whether these were his actual last words or a later attribution, the image it contains is apt. A man who had spent 2 years in the winter of waiting, and who had found, at the end, that the thing he was carrying had bloomed exactly as he had always intended. He received the judgment calmly. He prepared. The ceremony at Matsuno Daira no Kami's mansion was conducted with the formality that the occasion required, attended by officials from the shogunate and by the lord of the mansion himself. Oishi was 45 years old. He had governed a domain for 26 years, avenged his lord in 2 years, and 4 months of planning and execution, and he died in the way he had chosen, in the company of 15 of the men who had chosen it with him. His son, Oishi Chikara, was with him. The youngest of the 47, 18 years old, or perhaps not yet 18, died beside his father in the mansion of Matsuno Daira no Kami in the 2nd month of 1703. He was the last of the 47 to fulfill his duty, not because he hesitated. The accounts are clear that he did not hesitate, but because by the custom of the ceremony, the youngest present went last. He knelt. He performed the ritual correctly. He was 18 years old. Horibe Yasube at Mizuno Izumi no Kami's mansion. Horibe Yasube was 25 years old when he died at Mizuno Izumi no Kami's mansion in the 2nd month of 1703. He had been in custody for less than 2 months, and the custody had been, by the accounts that describe it, difficult for him in ways it was not difficult for some of the others. Not because the conditions were poor, they were not, but because Horibe was not a man built for waiting, and the 2 months of holding had been 2 more months of waiting, after 2 years and 4 months of it, and he had been doing nothing but waiting for most of the last 3 years of his life. He had written letters during the period of custody. Some of them survive. They are the letters of a young man who has done what he came to do, and is at peace with what comes next, which is not the same as being unafraid of it, but is something more durable than the absence of fear. He wrote to his family. He wrote to some of the other 47. He wrote in one letter that he had been afraid, sometimes, during the 2 years of waiting, that he would not be able to do what was required when the moment came. He wrote that the moment had come, and he had been able to do it. He wrote that this was, in the end, the only thing he had needed to know. He died as he had lived in the 3 years since Matsuno Oroka, with intensity, with commitment, with the particular quality of a young man who has found the thing he was made for and has done it. He was 25 years old. He had been 22 when his lord was taken from him. He had spent the intervening years becoming exactly what the moment required. The tradition remembers him as one of the most vivid of the 47, not the most senior, not the most strategically important, but the one whose fury and whose fidelity and whose youth make him the figure the tradition reaches for when it wants to show what the 47 were. The graves at Sengakuzi. The 47 were buried at Sengakuzi, beside the grave of Asano Takumi no Kami, in the temple compound in Takanawa, where they had come to report on the night of the 14th. The monks of Sengakuzi received them, prepared the graves, conducted the rituals of burial. The abbot of the temple had been, throughout the period of custody and the deliberations of the shogunate, a man who understood what these graves would mean, who understood that Sengakuzi was about to become something more than an ordinary temple. He was right. Within weeks of the burial, people began to come. The same people who had watched the 47 walk through the streets of Edo in the early morning came to the temple to stand before the graves. They came in numbers that the monks had not anticipated, and then quickly learned to accommodate. The graves became a place of pilgrimage within months of the burial. They have remained so for 300 years. The incense at Sengakuzi has not stopped burning. The tradition of visitors bringing incense and standing before the graves is unbroken from 1703 to the present day. The graves are worn by 3 centuries of incense and weather. The stone of Asano Takumi no Kami stands at the head of the compound, and around it and beyond it, in orderly rows, the 47 graves, and one more, Terasakaki Chiemon, the 48th, at the end of the rows, the one who went away and came back. Okaruto Okano. The people who had played supporting roles in the drama of the 47 had their own lives after it was over, and some of them are worth following. Okaru, the companion Oishi had taken as part of his performance of dissolution, learned the full story when it became public. There are accounts of her reaction that vary considerably in their details and probably in their accuracy. What seems consistent is that she had known, or suspected, that the man she was with was not what he appeared to be, and that the revelation of who he actually was produced in her something more complex than simple shock. She had been used in a sense. Her presence had served a purpose she had not been told about. She had also been treated with a care that went beyond the purely instrumental. What she felt about the man, having learned what he had done and why, the accounts leave somewhat ambiguous. She continued her life. She eventually became a nun, as many women in her position did when they were trying to make sense of what had happened to them and how to live with it. Okano Hidetake, the intelligence gatherer, the man who had spent 2 years cultivating the connection inside Kira's household through the tea ceremony, lived for many years after 1703. He was one of the 47 who fulfilled his duty at the mansion of Moriyama Hanshu. Before he died, he left a detailed account of his activities during the period of waiting, the friendships he had built, the information he had gathered, the methods he had used. This account is one of the most detailed primary sources we have for the operational planning of the 47, and it reveals a man who was, in his own way, as extraordinary as any of the more famous figures. He was a spy. He was a good one. He was a spy who had genuinely loved the tea ceremony and had genuinely been friends with the man inside Kira's household. He died in the second month of 1703 beside the men he had helped bring to that night. The Satsuma no Katakiyuchi. The Satsuman who had kicked or spat on Oishi in the streets of Kyoto, the man who had seen the apparent dissolution and had expressed his contempt for it, learned what he had done when the story became public. He is said to have been devastated, not by guilt in the simple sense, though guilt was part of it, by something more specific, the recognition that he had insulted a man in his finest moment, that what he had seen as weakness had been, in fact, the most demanding kind of strength, that the man lying in the street in Kyoto had been, at that moment, doing something that required more discipline and more courage than anything the Satsuman had ever done. He traveled to Sengakuzi. He stood before Oishi's grave. He apologized. Whether the apology was accepted, in whatever sense an apology to a grave can be accepted, the tradition does not say. What the tradition does say is that the Satsuman no Katakiyuchi, the Satsumaman's vendetta against himself, in a sense, the story of a man undone by the recognition of his own inadequacy in the face of something genuinely great, became one of the subsidiary stories attached to the main one, told as an illustration of the effect the 47 had on those who witnessed them. The prohibition and the performance. Within a year of the night of the 14th, the story was being performed on stage in Edo, the puppet theater, then the kabuki theater. The authorities prohibited performances that used the real names because the shogunate did not want the story officially celebrated. It was, after all, a story about men who had defied the shogunate's judgment and been honored for it. So the performers changed the names and moved the setting back in time to the era of the Ashikaga shogunate, more than 3 centuries earlier. The Lord of Akko became Enyahangen. Kira became Konomorono. Oishi became Uboshi Uranosuke. The mansion was in Kamakura rather than Edo, but everyone knew what the play was really about. The disguise was thin, transparent, and everyone looked through it happily. The shogunate understood this. The shogunate could not entirely stop it. The story was too popular, too resonant, too deeply connected to something the people of Edo needed to have confirmed, that loyalty was real, that justice was possible, that the forms of honor the society proclaimed as its highest values were not merely forms. The kabuki version, Kanade Honshu Shingura, the treasury of loyal retainers, became one of the most performed plays in the history of Japanese theater. It is still performed today. It is performed every December in the month of the anniversary of the night of the 47, every year, without interruption, for more than 3 centuries. What the story means. The story of the 47 Ronin has been interpreted in every possible direction over 3 centuries, and the interpretations reflect the concerns of the era in which they were made as much as they reflect the story itself. In the period immediately after the events, the story was understood primarily as a story about loyalty, about what it meant to be a retainer, what you owed your lord, how far the obligation extended. It was understood in this way because the people who first interpreted it were living in a society organized around those obligations. The question the story posed, What do you owe to the person you serve? Was the central ethical question of their world, and the 47 gave an answer so clear and so costly that it could not be ignored. As time passed and the specific social context of Sankinkutai and the obligations of retainers became more distant, the story accumulated other meanings. It became a story about justice, about what happens when the official mechanisms of justice fail, and about whether individuals have the right, or even the obligation, to act where those mechanisms fail. It became a story about patience, about the 2 years of waiting, about the discipline required to act at the right moment rather than the available moment. It became a story about grief, about what it means to lose someone you served and to carry that loss through years of uncertainty. It became, eventually, a story about the gap between what a society says it values and what it actually does. The shogunate said it valued loyalty and the samurai code and the forms of honor that defined the social order. The 47 took those values seriously and acted on them, and the shogunate's response to men who took its proclaimed values seriously was to face the uncomfortable question of whether it was possible to honor those values while maintaining the authority that depended on their subordination to law. The answer the shogunate found, allow the honorable way, maintain the law, was an answer that satisfied almost no one completely, which is perhaps the honest condition of all answers to genuinely difficult questions. The question the story asks. The story of the 47 Ronin does not have a comfortable resolution. The 47 are dead. Kira is dead. Asano Takumi no Kami was dead before any of it began. The asymmetry that set everything in motion, one man punished and one man not, for the same incident, was partially corrected and then closed by the deaths of everyone involved. What remains is a question, or a set of questions, that the graves at Sengakuzi hold without answering. What do you owe to justice? What do you owe to the people you serve? What are you willing to pay for what you believe? The 47 answered these questions in the way they answered them, at a cost that most people, in most circumstances, would not pay. They chose the cost knowing what it was. They chose it anyway. Whether what they did was right is a question the tradition has debated for 3 centuries without reaching consensus. The position of Ogyu Sarai, that it was both morally admirable and legally impermissible, that both things are true and neither cancels the other, remains one of the most honest attempts to hold the complexity without resolving it artificially. What seems clear, across all the interpretations and all the debates, is this: the story continues to matter because the questions it poses continue to matter. Every generation finds in it something that speaks to the ethical problems of their own time, their own society, their own experience of the gap between what ought to be and what is. The 47 walked into that gap and acted. The consequences were exactly what they had been told they would be. They chose it anyway. Sengakuzi today. The temple is in what is now Minato-ku, Tokyo. The graves are still there. 47 graves, plus the grave of Asano Takumi no Kami, plus one more, the grave of Terasa Kakichi Emon, the one who went away on the night of the 14th and came back 40 years later. 49 graves in total, in the temple compound in Takanawa, within walking distance of the bay where the city of Edo faced the sea. The incense burns every day. The visitors come every day. On the 14th of December, the anniversary of the night, the temple holds a festival, the Gishisai, the ceremony of the loyal retainers. People come from across Japan. They stand in the cold of the December night, the same cold the 47 walked through 3 centuries ago, and they stand before the graves and they remember. What they remember is not only what the 47 did. They remember the question the story asks. They remember that 47 men, in the cold of the 12th month of the year 1702, walked through the gates of a mansion in Edo and did something that cost them everything, because they believed it was right. They remember that this is the kind of thing people have done in various forms throughout human history, that the 47 are not unique in paying the full cost of their convictions, only unusually well documented and unusually good at waiting. The graves hold the question. They have held it for 300 years. They will probably hold it for 300 more. Asano Takumi no Kami, Oishi Kuranosuke, Oishi Chikara, Horibe Yasube, Okano Hidetake, Terasaka Kichi Emon, and 41 others, in the compound of Sengakuzi, in Takanawa, in the city that used to be Edo, in the country that used to be governed by the shogunate that judged them and then let them choose the manner of their ending, the corridor, the night, the graves, the question. 300 years of asking it, and no sign that we will stop. The Wife Who Waited, Yozeiin, Part 1. There are women whose stories are told through the men they were connected to, not because their own stories are less significant, but because the world they inhabited organized itself around men in ways that made women's independent actions difficult to see and difficult to record. It filtered women's significance through the significance of their relationships, rather than through the significance of what they themselves did and thought and endured. Yozeiin is such a woman. She is known primarily as the wife of Asano Takumi no Kami, the lord whose death set in motion the events of the most celebrated act of samurai loyalty in Japanese history. She is known secondarily as the woman who maintained contact with Oishi Kuranosuke during the 2 years of waiting, who kept the thread of connection between the purpose of the revenge and the household that the revenge was being conducted in honor of. What she was in herself, who she was before she became the wife of Asano Takumi no Kami, and after she became his widow, is something the records preserve in incomplete and sometimes contradictory form. But the incompleteness of the record does not mean the incompleteness of the person. She was born into a family of rank, the kind that provided its daughters with the education and cultivation appropriate to their station, the kind of education that prepared a young woman to manage a household and conduct herself with the dignity her position required, to navigate the complex social world of the samurai class with the particular combination of intelligence and restraint that the world demanded. She was, by all accounts, a woman of considerable capability, not the kind of capability that the world of that period made easily visible, because the world of that period did not have many avenues through which a woman's capability could make itself directly visible, but the kind that expressed itself in the quality of the household she managed, in the relationships she maintained, in the way she handled the things that came to her to handle over the course of a life that had its share of things requiring handling. She married Asano Takumi no Kami, The marriage was the kind of marriage that the samurai class arranged for its members, a match made with attention to family connection and social position and the various practical considerations that govern these arrangements. It was also, by the accounts that have survived, a marriage that developed into something more than a practical arrangement. Asano Takumi no Kami was not a remarkable man in the ways that the historical record tends to preserve as remarkable. He was not a military genius or a political strategist, or a man whose accomplishments in the world of action and achievement gave him the kind of profile that the records of that period typically preserve. He was a conscientious lord who governed his domain with care, who took his obligations to his retainers and his people seriously. By the accounts of those who knew him, he was a man of genuine feeling who was not always well equipped to manage that feeling in the demanding social world he occupied. Yozeiin knew this. She knew her husband, in the way that people who live closely with someone over years come to know them, which is to say thoroughly, and without the idealizing distance that admiration from outside a relationship can produce. She knew his virtues and she knew his vulnerabilities. She knew, with the specific knowledge of a person who loves someone they know well, that the combination of those virtues and vulnerabilities could produce outcomes that the virtues alone would not have produced. The specific environment he was moving through made the combination dangerous. She could not protect him from this. A wife in her position could support and advise and manage the household and maintain the relationships that needed maintaining. She could not stand between her husband and the world in the way that the world sometimes needed to be stood against. The years of their marriage were the years of a functioning domain and a functioning household. Akohan was not a rich domain, but it was a viable one, governed with the kind of steady attention that produces not fame, but stability, the kind of stability that people who live inside it often do not fully value until it is gone. Yozeiin managed the household. She managed it with the thoroughness that the role required, attending to the relationships with other households that the position of a domain lord's wife required. She maintained the social connections that were the fabric of the world she and her husband inhabited, raising no children of her own, though the absence of children was a grief she carried quietly. She and Asano Takumi no Kami had no surviving children. This is a fact that the accounts mention with the brevity that significant absences sometimes receive. It is worth pausing on rather than passing over, because the absence shaped the texture of their life together in ways that are not always visible in the records. The household had a future, formally, through adoption and succession arrangements, but the immediate presence of children and the particular quality of a life that includes them was not something Yozeiin had. She had her husband. She had the household and the relationships and the work of managing the life they had together, and she had, though neither of them knew it, a limited amount of time in which to have these things before the world changed in a way that neither of them had anticipated and that neither of them was fully prepared for. The news from Edo arrived on the 14th day of the 3rd month of Genroku Juyonen. Asano Takumi no Kami had drawn his sword in the shogun's castle. He had been ordered to die. Yozeiin received this news in Aku, far from Edo, far from the place where the thing had happened. The news arrived with the particular quality of information that has traveled a long distance and arrives as fact before it has fully become real. Her husband was dead. The domain that had been the context of their life together was about to be dissolved, and everything that followed was going to depend, in ways that no one could yet fully see, on what she did next. Part 2. The dissolution of Akohan was swift. This is the nature of official actions by the shogunate, which moved with the efficiency of an administrative apparatus designed to move quickly and completely, leaving as little space as possible for the kind of resistance that slow dissolution might have allowed to form. The castle was surrendered. The retainers were dispersed. The household that Yozeiin had managed was dismantled in the practical and procedural sense that dismantling means. The inventories and the transfers and the formal acknowledgments that the domain which had been was now no longer. Yozeiin was, in the terminology of her world, the widow of a man who had been ordered to die for an offense against the shogunate. This was not a comfortable position. It was not a position that came with the ordinary protections that widowhood in that world sometimes provided. The circumstances of her husband's death placed her in a zone of official disapproval that complicated the ordinary social arrangements. She needed to find a way to exist in the world that this situation had produced. She went to Edo. This decision tells us something important about Yozeiin, because going to Edo was not the obvious or the easiest choice for a woman in her position. The obvious choice was to retreat to the safety of family connection, to withdraw from the public world into the private world of relatives who could provide shelter and protection without the exposure that proximity to Edo represented. Yozeiin chose proximity. She chose to be in Edo, where the shogunate was, where the officials who had presided over her husband's death were, where the political situation that had produced the catastrophe was most concentrated and most legible. The reason for this choice was Oishi Kuranosuke, not personally, not in the sense of a direct relationship between them, but in the sense that being in Edo made possible the careful, indirect, and deniable communications through which Yozeiin and Oishi Kuranosuke maintained the connection between what she wanted and what he was planning. What Yozeiin wanted was the revenge. This requires some explanation, because the picture of a widow wanting revenge for her husband's death is not a picture that requires explanation in the abstract, but the specific character of what Yozeiin wanted does. She did not want it in the way of someone consumed by anger. She did not appear, in the accounts of her conduct during those 2 years, as a woman driven by the particular burning quality of rage that the word revenge sometimes implies. She wanted it in the way that someone wants a thing that is simply the right thing, required by the logic of the values they hold. Something that must happen if the world is to be as it should be, rather than as it currently, unfortunately, is. Asano Takuminokami had died in a way that was not, in Yozeiin's understanding, the full story of what had happened. The full story included Kozukenosuke, whose conduct toward her husband had been the provocation, and the full story required that Kozukenosuke be addressed in the way that the full story required. This was not personal. This was the application of a logic that Yozeiin held with the particular clarity of someone who has thought carefully about what their values require in a specific situation. Oishi Kuranosuke understood this. He was a man who understood things about the people he was connected to. What he understood about Yozeiin was that she was not a passive figure waiting to receive news, but someone with her own understanding of the situation and her own stake in its outcome. The communications between them during the 2 years of waiting were careful and indirect. Direct communication of the kind that could have been intercepted and understood by officials who were watching for exactly this kind of communication was not available to them. What was available was the kind of communication that the conventions of that world's social life made possible, the exchange of information through intermediaries. The formalities of condolence and inquiry that social convention required became vehicles for content that the formalities themselves did not contain. Yozeiin was fluent in this kind of communication. She had been managing social relationships for years through exactly the kind of careful attention to form and subtext that this situation required. The skills she had developed in the ordinary course of her social life were now being deployed in service of something considerably more consequential than ordinary social management. She also managed something else. She managed the preservation of the memory of Asano Takumi no Kami's household, maintaining a record that his death had not been the full story. The circumstances that had produced it were circumstances requiring a response, and the men preparing that response were not simply acting out of sentiment, but out of the logic of what the situation required. This was not a small thing. In the world of Edo period Japan, the official account of an event had a weight that private accounts did not, and the official account of Asano Takumi no Kami's death was not the account that served the interests of the men who had loved and served him. Yozeiin's presence in Edo and her careful maintenance of the relationships that kept the unofficial account alive was itself a form of resistance. The resistance of a woman who could not fight with a sword and who fought with what she had. She had intelligence, she had patience, she had the particular social capability of a woman who had spent years learning to operate effectively within the constraints of a world that did not give women direct access to power, and she used all of it. Part 3. The waiting was not passive. This is the thing that the accounts of Yozeiin's 2 years in Edo make clear, if they are read with attention to what is not directly stated as well as what is. The word waiting suggests something static, something received rather than done, something that happens to a person rather than something a person does. What Yozeiin did during those 2 years was not static. She moved through the social world of Edo with the calculated purposefulness of someone who has a goal and who understands that the goal requires navigation rather than simply endurance. She maintained relationships with people who could carry information and people who could receive it. She observed the movements of those who were monitoring the former retainers of a Kohan. She assessed what was known and what was suspected, and what could be safely communicated through which channels at which times. She was, in a word, intelligent about the situation she was in, and intelligence of this kind, in this situation, was itself a form of action. The relationship between Yozeiin and Oishi Kuranosuke during those 2 years is one of the most discussed aspects of the whole story. Not because it was romantic, which it was not, or because it was personal in the way that the word relationship sometimes implies, but because it was consequential. The information that passed between them and the trust that made it possible shaped the preparation for the revenge in ways that the accounts do not always make explicit, but the logic of the situation makes it clear. Oishi Kuranosuke needed to know certain things. He needed to know the disposition of the shogunate toward the former retainers, the degree to which they were being watched, and the degree to which the watching was serious or merely formal. He needed to know the condition of Kozukenosuke, whether the man was being protected in ways that would make the assault more difficult, whether he had relaxed his precautions as time passed and the immediate danger seemed to recede. Yozeiin was positioned to gather some of this information, not directly, not in ways that would have been obvious or traceable, but through the connections she had, through the social world she was moving through the particular access that a widow of her position had to the kinds of conversations where this kind of information moved. She was also, during these years, managing her own grief. This is easy to overlook in an account that focuses on the political and strategic dimensions of what she was doing, but it is not separate from those dimensions. The grief was the fuel. The grief that her husband had died as he had died, that the circumstances of his death had not been fully represented, that the man she had known and lived with was gone in a way that left the story incomplete. This grief was not something she had set aside in order to focus on the practical. It was the reason for the practical. Yozeiin was not a woman who would have chosen to spend 2 years in Edo maintaining careful communications with former retainers, plotting revenge, if she had not genuinely and deeply wanted that revenge to happen. The wanting was genuine, the grief that produced the wanting was genuine, and the intelligence with which she pursued what she wanted was, in part, a function of the depth of her motivation. People who want something badly enough and intelligently enough find ways to work toward it that people who want it less or who have less intelligence do not find. There were moments of doubt. The accounts do not preserve these directly, because the accounts of Yozeiin are accounts of what she did, rather than what she felt. The distinction between the two is one that the records of that period tend to maintain more consistently for women than for men. But the situation itself suggests there must have been moments when the uncertainty produced in Yozeiin the particular quality of anxiety that attaches to hoping for something you cannot control. Whether the revenge would happen, whether the men who had committed to it would remain committed, whether Oishi Kuranosuke's careful plan would survive contact with the reality of execution. She had done what she could do. She had positioned herself where she could be useful. She had maintained the communications and the relationships and the flow of information. But the thing itself, the assault, the execution of the plan, was in the hands of the men who were going to do it, and there was nothing more she could do about that except wait. The seasons changed. The spring that had brought the news from Edo moved into summer, and summer into autumn, and autumn into the winter of the first year, and then the cycle began again. Yozeiin moved through these seasons in Edo, in the careful and purposeful way she had established. She visited temples. She maintained the religious observances that a widow of her position was expected to maintain. She prayed for her husband's spirit with the sincerity that the prayers deserved. She prayed for the success of the thing the men who had served him were planning, with a different kind of sincerity, the sincerity of someone who has invested everything she has in a particular outcome. The second winter came. The preparations were reaching their completion. The men who had scattered across the country, maintaining their performances of normal life, were beginning to draw together. Yozeiin knew this, or knew some version of it, through the communications that had been maintained. She had waited. She had worked. She was about to learn what the waiting and the working had been for. Part 4. The 14th day of the 12th month of Genroku Jugonen was a cold night. The cold of the 12th month in Edo was the cold of a city built on a plain, a cold that the wind carried without obstruction from the north. a cold that settled into the spaces between buildings and made the streets empty of everyone who did not have a reason to be in them. The men of Akohan had a reason. They moved through that cold with the particular quality of purpose that people carry when they are doing something they have been preparing for a very long time, and that they have no intention of not completing. They reached the residence of Kozukenosuke. They entered it. What happened inside is the center of the story that Japan has been telling for 3 centuries, the center around which everything else in the story of the 47 Ronin arranges itself. Yozeiin was not there. She was in her residence in Edo, waiting, in the literal sense of the word now, waiting for the information that would tell her whether the thing that the 2 years of her life had been oriented toward had happened. The news reached her. The accounts do not specify exactly how or exactly when, because the accounts of Yozeiin are, as has been noted, accounts that preserve what she did, rather than the specific texture of what she experienced. But the news reached her. The thing that she had wanted and worked toward and prayed for had happened. Kozukenosuke was dead. The men of Akohan had done what the men of Akohan had set out to do, and they had done it with the completeness and the discipline that Oishi Kuranosuke's 2 years of preparation had made possible. Yozeiin received this news. What she felt is not something the records preserve with any specificity. There is a tradition that says she wept, not with grief, or not only with grief, with the particular quality of feeling that attaches to the completion of something long hoped for, the release of a sustained effort toward an outcome that has finally arrived. The complex mixture of relief and loss and gratitude and exhaustion that the ending of a 2-year vigil produced in a woman who had given those 2 years everything she had. She went to Takanawa. The men of Akohan, after the assault, had marched to Takanawa Sengakuzi, the temple where Asano Takumi no Kami was buried. They had reported there, presenting themselves at their lord's grave, completing in the most formal sense available to them the obligation that his death had created. Yozeiin went to the temple to see them. The meeting between Yozeiin and the men who had carried out the revenge is one of the most moving scenes in the entire tradition of the 47 Ronin, preserved in the accounts with the care that the accounts bring to things they recognize as significant. She met them. She thanked them. She expressed, in whatever words the situation and the convention of her world provided, what their action had meant, and what it had cost them, and what she felt about both of those things. The men who had spent 2 years preparing for this moment, and who had now completed it, were facing the judgment of the shogunate, a judgment that everyone understood would be severe. They knew what was coming. They had always known what was coming, and they had done what they did anyway. Yozeiin understood this in the way that someone who has spent 2 years connected to a purpose understands the people who have been carrying that purpose. The understanding was itself a form of gratitude that went beyond what any words could fully express. The shogunate deliberated. The 47 men waited in custody while the officials who governed Japan considered what to do with men who had committed an act that the tradition of the samurai code celebrated and the law of the shogunate prohibited. The deliberation took time. It was not a simple question, and the people who had to answer it were not people who found simple questions in their normal work. The men had broken the law. They had also, in the terms of the warrior tradition, done the most honorable thing that the warrior tradition provided. These two facts did not resolve easily, and the resolution that was eventually reached was not the only resolution available. was not the resolution that everyone thought was inevitable. Yozeiin watched the deliberation from outside it. She had no formal standing in the process. She was the widow of the man whose death had initiated everything, but the formal processes of the shogunate did not provide avenues through which that status gave her a role in deciding what happened to the men who had avenged it. She watched. She waited again. The waiting was different from the 2 years of waiting that had preceded it, was waiting for an outcome rather than waiting for an action, and the quality of that difference was significant. The judgment came. The 47 men were ordered to die as samurai, with the dignity of the form of death that the warrior tradition provided. An outcome more honorable than the alternatives that had been considered, and less comfortable than the acquittal that some had hoped for. They accepted the judgment with the composure that they had brought to everything else. They died. They died in the manner of warriors, with the dignity that their conduct through the 2 years and through the assault had established as theirs, and they were buried at Takanawa Sengakuzi, alongside the lord whose death they had avenged. Yozeiin learned of their deaths. She had known they were coming. Knowing that a thing is coming does not always reduce the weight of the thing when it arrives. The deaths of the men who had given 2 years of their lives and the lives themselves to the purpose she had also been serving were not easy to receive even when they were expected. She had wanted the revenge. She had gotten it. The cost of it was the lives of the men who had carried it out. She understood this arithmetic. She had always understood it. Understanding it did not make it simple. Part 5. Yozeiin became a nun. This is not unusual for a woman of her position and her time, and the accounts of her becoming a nun do not present it as an unusual decision, but as the natural continuation of a life that had been moving in a particular direction. What is worth noting is the timing. She did not become a nun immediately after her husband's death, in the way that some widows of her period did, withdrawing from the world at the moment of loss. She became a nun after the revenge had been completed, after the men who had carried it out had died, after the thing that had been the organizing purpose of the 2 years of her life in Edo had run its course. This sequence matters. It suggests that the withdrawal into religious life was not a retreat from the world, but a completion of an engagement with it, that Yozeiin did not step back from the world until she had done the thing that the world required of her. She did what needed to be done, and then she withdrew. The religious life she entered was not a passive one. The convents and the religious households of Edo period Japan were not places of simple withdrawal, not repositories of grief where women went to disappear. They were communities, with their own forms of activity and their own forms of connection to the world outside their walls. The women who inhabited them brought to those communities the capabilities they had developed in the lives they had lived before entering them. Yozeiin brought considerable capabilities. She brought the intelligence and the social skill and the capacity for sustained, purposeful action that had characterized her 2 years in Edo. She brought the network of relationships that she had maintained and extended through those years, and she brought, perhaps most importantly, the particular authority that belonged to someone who was known to have been at the center of one of the most significant events in recent memory. Yozeiin was not a forgotten figure. She was a woman whose connection to the story of the 47 Ronin gave her a presence in the world's memory that the religious life did not diminish. She survived for many years after the events that had defined her in history's telling. The accounts differ on the specifics, on exactly how long she lived and exactly what she did in those years. Accounts of women's lives in that period tend to differ in this way, because the record-keeping of women's lives was less systematic than that of men's, and the gaps are correspondingly larger. What is clear is that she did not disappear. She continued. She maintained the connections she had, the relationships with the people who had been involved in the events that had shaped her life, and with the world that those events had produced. She visited Takanawa Sengakuzi. She prayed at the graves of her husband and the men who had avenged him. She was, in the years after the events, the living link between the present and the story that the present had inherited, the person whose memory and whose presence connected the legend that was forming to the reality that the legend was forming around. The legend itself was forming quickly. The story of the 47 Ronin was, almost from the moment of its completion, a story that the Japanese tradition was absorbing and retelling and transforming into something larger than the specific events that had produced it. The puppet theaters were performing versions of it within weeks. The censors of the shogunate, who might have been expected to disapprove of a story that celebrated men who had broken its laws, found themselves in the particular position of officials confronted with something too popular to suppress. Suppressing it would have created a problem larger than the one they were trying to prevent. The story survived. The story thrived. It became, over the decades and centuries that followed, the most told and most retold story in the Japanese tradition. The story performed in every medium and returned to in every generation as a place where something fundamental about what the tradition believed could be found. Yozeiin was in this story, not at the center, not in the way that Oishi Kuranosuke was at the center, but in the story. What her presence in the story means is not a simple question. She was not one of the 47. She did not participate in the assault. She did not have a place in the formal roster of the loyal retainers whose names the tradition preserved. What she had was something different. She had the 2 years, she had the communications and the relationships, and the patient, purposeful intelligence that had contributed to making the revenge possible. She had been the context within which the plan had developed, the woman's dimension of a story that is usually told as a men's story. Women's dimensions of men's stories are often the dimensions that the official telling leaves out. They survive in the margins and the footnotes and the secondary accounts and the traditions that preserve things the central narrative does not have room for. Yozeiin's dimension survives. It survives because the people who knew the story understood that the story was not complete without it, that the account of what the men did was not the whole account of what happened, that somewhere in Edo during those 2 years, a woman was doing something that mattered. She was, and it did. Part 6. What does it mean to wait? Not in the passive sense, not in the sense of simply enduring the passage of time until something happens, but in the active sense, the sense in which waiting is a form of work, a sustained and purposeful orientation toward an outcome that requires your continued attention and your continued effort, even when the effort is not visible from outside. Yozeiin waited in this sense. She waited actively. She waited intelligently. She waited with everything she had. Through 2 years that would have broken a less capable or a less committed person. Her waiting was itself a form of contribution to the outcome she was waiting for. This is the thing that is hardest to see in the story of the 47 Ronin, because the story is organized around action, around the dramatic, visible action of the assault and the death and the burial, around the things that make narratives and that narratives know how to tell. The waiting is harder to tell. The patience is harder to tell. The intelligence of a woman moving carefully through a dangerous social world, maintaining connections and gathering information and keeping a purpose alive, is harder to tell than a sword fight on a snowy night. But it is not less significant. This is the argument that Yozeiin's story makes, not explicitly, not in any statement she is recorded as having made, but in the logic of what she did, and how it connected to what happened. The revenge required preparation. The preparation required information. The information required someone positioned to gather it and transmit it through channels that the authorities who were watching would not detect. Yozeiin was that someone. Not the only one, not the only source of what Oishi Kuranosuke needed, but one of them. One of the pieces of the complex preparation that made the 47, and the night of the 14th of the 12th month what it was. She was part of what happened. Not in the way that the 47 were part of it, not in the way that requires a sword and a willingness to die, in the way that requires intelligence and patience, and the sustained commitment of someone who is not at the center of the action, but who is doing something that makes the action possible. There's a tradition in the telling of the story of the 47 Ronin that says the revenge was for the Lord. This is true, but it was also for Yozeiin, not because she demanded it, or insisted on it, or required it as a condition of her own survival, but because the story of Asano Takumi no Kami's death was also her story, was the story of the end of the life they had built together, of the household she had managed, and the relationship she had developed with a man who was, by the accounts of those who knew him, genuinely worth the devotion she gave him. The revenge did not give her her husband back. Nothing was going to give her her husband back, but it completed the story in the way that stories of this kind require completion. It addressed the incompleteness that the official account had left. It said, in the language available to the world that produced it, that what had happened had not been fully accounted for until now. Yozeiin understood this. She had understood it from the beginning, and she had done what she could to make it possible. She is buried at Takanawa Sengakuzi, alongside her husband, alongside the men who avenged him. The temple that became the resting place of the 47 Ronin is also the resting place of the woman who waited for them. The cherry blossoms bloom there in the spring, as they have bloomed for 300 years. The people who come to visit the graves come to see the graves of the 47, and they see also the grave of Yozeiin. The two things are close enough to each other that a person standing in that place can understand, without being told explicitly, that the story being told here is not only the story of 47 men, it is also the story of the woman who was the reason for the story, whose husband's death was the origin of everything, whose 2 years of active waiting were part of what made the ending possible. The cherry blossoms are falling, the stone graves are still. The story is 300 years old, and still being told, still being visited, still being found by people who come looking for something in it that they have not fully articulated to themselves, but that they recognize when they find it. What they find there is a story about loyalty, about what loyalty looks like when it is taken seriously, when it is not a word or a sentiment, but a sustained commitment to a specific outcome that requires 2 years of a life and then the life itself. About what loyalty looks like from the inside, which is not the heroic and dramatic picture that the outside view provides, but something more demanding, more patient, more specific. Yozeiin knew what loyalty looked like from the inside. She had lived inside it. She had waited inside it, actively and intelligently, for 2 years. And what she had waited for had come. It had cost everything. It had been worth it. She had decided it was worth it, in the way that people decide things when the deciding is not a single moment, but the accumulated commitment of every day of 2 years. She had decided every day to keep going, and she had. The 47 Ronin, episode of Oishi Kuranosuke. The lantern that burns at noon. Before everything happened, Oishi Kuranosuke had a nickname. The people of Akko called him Hiruandon, the noon lantern, a lantern lit in the middle of the day, present, technically functioning, but producing no visible light, unnecessary, unremarkable, a man who was there because he was supposed to be there, doing what needed to be done without attracting attention to the doing of it. This was not meant kindly. It was the assessment of a man who had been the chief retainer of Akko for more than 2 decades, and had produced, in those 2 decades, no moments of drama, no memorable decisions, no actions that people would speak of afterward. He had managed the finances carefully. He had maintained the roads and the irrigation systems. He had kept the domain functioning smoothly. He had been competent and unremarkable in exactly equal measure. He was 41 years old when the second rider arrived from Edo. He was, by most assessments, a man who had reached his level, competent but limited, reliable but uninspiring, the kind of man who would serve a domain faithfully for decades and be forgotten within a generation of his death. He was wrong about this. They were all wrong about this. The noon lantern, it turned out, had been waiting for the dark. The making of the man. Uishiyoshio was born in 1659 in Akko. His family had been head of the retainers, chief retainers, to the Asano family for generations. The position was hereditary in the way that positions in feudal Japan were hereditary. You were born into it, trained for it from childhood, and assumed it when the time came. There was no examination. There was no competition. There was the expectation of the family and the training of a lifetime. His father died when he was 14. His grandfather took him in, raised him, became his model. The grandfather was an old man by the time Oishi came into his care, a man who had seen things and done things, and arrived at the kind of settled competence that the best administrators develop when they have been doing the work for long enough that the work has become instinct. Oishi learned from him. He learned carefully, the way a person learns when they understand that what they are learning is the entirety of what they will need. He studied military science under Yamagasuko, the great Confucian scholar who had been exiled to Akko for his controversial views and who spent his years in exile teaching the sons of the domain's retainers. He studied Chinese classics under Itojin Sai. He was not a scholar by temperament. He was too practical for pure scholarship, but he was educated in the serious way of men who understood that governing required thinking, and that thinking required education. He assumed the position of chief retainer at 19. This was young, extremely young. The position required things that a 19-year-old cannot reliably provide. The accumulated judgment of a man who has seen problems arise and resolve and arise again, the particular authority that comes from being in a role long enough that people have no memory of anyone else in it. Oishi was 19, and the domain needed a chief retainer, and he was the person the hereditary system had produced. He grew into it. slowly, over years. The incompetence of youth gave way to the competence of experience, and the competence of experience gave way to the particular mastery of someone who has been doing one thing for so long that they have forgotten what it felt like not to know how to do it. By the time he was 40, he was the kind of chief retainer that Akko had always assumed they had, and had in fact had for a while. Steady, reliable, unspectacular, the noon lantern. Riku. He married Oishi Riku in 1686 when he was 27 and she was 18. She was the daughter of the chief retainer of the Toyo Oka domain, a match appropriate to his position, arranged with the care that such matches required. They had known each other in the limited way that young people in the Edo period knew their future spouses before marriage, which is to say, not well at all. Riku was, by all accounts that describe her, a remarkable physical presence. She was tall, very tall, by the standards of Edo period Japan. 6 shaku, some accounts say, approximately 180 centimeters. In an era when the average woman was considerably shorter, Riku was someone who commanded attention simply by standing in a room. She was also, by the accounts, formidable in ways that had nothing to do with her height. She was intelligent. She was composed. She was the kind of woman who looked at a situation clearly and dealt with what was actually there, rather than what she wished were there. Oishi was small, thin, a man whose physical presence was not his most notable quality. The neighbors of Yamashina, who saw them together during the period of hiding, were known to remark on the contrast. The large, dignified wife and the small, ordinary husband who was about to do something extraordinary. A pair of fleas, the gossips said. But the gossips did not know what the husband was planning, and the wife did. They had 4 children together. The eldest son, Matsuno Zyo, later called Chikara, was born in 1688. The elder daughter Ku, then the younger son Yoshichio, then the younger daughter Ruri. 4 children, a family, a life that was, until the spring of 1701, exactly what a chief retainer's family was supposed to be. Riku was tall enough that their physical relationship was the subject of contemporary humor. Ikanami Shotaro, who would write about Oishi in the 20th century, included scenes of domestic life that played on the height difference with a kind of affectionate comedy. Whether the real Riku and Oishi found humor in the situation is not recorded. What is recorded is that they remained married for 15 years, until the performance required her departure, and that the departure was the hardest thing he did in 2 years of hard things. The morning the riders came, on the 19th day of the 3rd month of 1701, 5 days after the incident in Matsuno Oroka, Oishi received the second rider. He already knew the first rider's news. The Lord had struck someone in a dozyo. The situation was serious. The second rider brought the rest. Asano Takumi no Kami had been required to die the same day. The domain was dissolved. The castle would be surrendered. The family was finished. Oishi read the message. He put it down. He was quiet for a moment. How long, the accounts do not specify. Then he began to work. The first thing he did was call the retainers. He told them what had happened. He told them the options. He did not tell them what he was going to do, because he did not yet know exactly what he was going to do, only that he was not going to do the easy thing, scattering, accepting, disappearing into the ordinary life of a man without a domain. He was going to do something. What the something was would take 2 years to fully determine. The second thing he did was manage the surrender of the castle. The currency was exchanged for silver. The debts were settled, the assets were distributed, the paperwork was done. In the midst of catastrophe, Oishi was doing the paperwork, because the paperwork mattered, because the people who had served Akko deserved to have the paperwork done correctly, because correctness in small things was something he had been practicing for 20 years and was not going to stop practicing now. He was the last person to leave the castle. He walked through it one final time. The accounts of this walk are various. Some say he wept, some say he did not, some say he composed himself and left with a dignity appropriate to the last departure of a chief retainer. What seems likely is that he did all of these things in some order, in the way that people do all of these things when they are leaving a place they have spent their lives serving. Then he went to Yamashina. The noon lantern reveals itself. Something happened to Oishi Kuranosuke between the arrival of the second rider and the surrender of the castle. Something that does not show up in the records because it happened inside him, in the hours of that first night and the days that followed. The noon lantern, the unremarkable, competent, unspectacular manager of a domain, discovered that he had been waiting his entire life for a problem that required everything he had. Managing Akko had required a portion of what he was: the finance, the administration, the patience, the reliability. These were real qualities, and he had used them fully, but they were not all of what he was. What the situation now required was everything: the calculation, the patience, the reliability, the capacity to maintain a course of action over years, the willingness to humiliate himself in public for a purpose no one could be told, the ability to send away the people he loved in order to protect them, the capacity to look at a situation that was unjust and decide quietly and without announcement that he was going to do something about it. The noon lantern was burning. In the dark, it turned out to be exactly what was needed. Yamashina. He rented a house in Yamashina, near Kyoto. He set up a modest household with a small number of the former retainers who had attached themselves to him. He began to write letters. He began to receive visitors. He maintained the petitions to the shogunate, the official path, the legitimate attempt to do through proper channels what would eventually be done through other means. He was careful about what went into the letters. An intelligence network was watching him. Kira had placed people in Kyoto whose job was to report on what the former chief retainer of Akko was doing. Oishi knew this. He wrote as if he were the man the Watchers expected him to be. A man pursuing justice through legitimate means, a man who had not given up on the official process, a man who was waiting for the shogunate to respond. He was not that man, or he was that man, and also another man, performing the one while being the other. The calculation was always happening. The plan was always developing, not quickly, carefully, over months, with the patience of someone who had spent 20 years managing problems that did not have quick solutions. The inner circle knew. The men who had committed themselves from the beginning, who had not taken back their pledges, Oishi communicated with them through the letters and the meetings in language that the Watchers could not entirely decode, in references that made sense only to people who already knew what was being referenced. He managed them the way he had managed everything, carefully, individually, attending to each man's particular situation and particular temperament. Horibe Yasube wanted to act immediately. Oishi wrote to him, "Not yet. The time is not right." Horibe received this and hated it and complied with it, because Oishi had a quality that the best leaders have, the capacity to be trusted even by men who disagree with their decisions. Oishi had earned this trust through years of competent management, through the handling of the castle's surrender, through every small demonstration of reliability that the months of Yamashina had added to the years of Akko. Men trusted him not because he told them to, but because he had given them reasons. The Satsuma Man. The famous incident, the most famous incident from the period of Yamashina, the one that captures, better than anything else, both the depth of Oishi's commitment to the performance and the cost of maintaining it. He was in the streets of Kyoto one evening, in a state of elaborate, apparent intoxication. A man from the Satsuma domain came upon him. The Satsuman was from a proud military family, a man who assessed other men by the standards of samurai conduct, and what he saw in the street. The former chief retainer of Akko, drunk in public, produced in him a contempt that he did not bother to conceal. He stopped. He looked at Oishi with the particular expression of contempt that says, "You are nothing, and I am demonstrating that I know it." He said something, the accounts vary on exactly what, that communicated his view of the man lying or sitting in the street. Then he made the contempt physical. He kicked him, or he spat on him, or he simply walked past with an expression of such elaborate disgust that the message was unmistakable. Oishi did not respond. The Satsuman left satisfied. The watchers reported to Kira, "The former chief retainer of Akko is exactly what he appears to be. He has given up. He is finished. There is nothing to fear." Oishi lay in the street and thought about the Satsuman, and thought about Kira, and thought about the calculation. He had been kicked. He had let himself be kicked. He had done this in public, in front of witnesses, in front of the watchers who would report to Kira. He had done it because the kicking was worth more than his dignity, because his humiliation today would reach Kira's ears tomorrow and make Kira relax, and a relaxed Kira was a Kira who could be reached. The Satsuman, when the full story became known after the events of the 14th of the 12th month, traveled to Sengakuzi. He stood before Oishi's grave. He apologized. Whether a grave can receive an apology is a question that admits no answer. But the Satsuman came. He came because the man he had kicked in the streets of Kyoto had been, in that moment, in his finest hour, and the Satsuman had not known it, and the not knowing had made him into the most famous secondary character in the story, the man who mistook courage for weakness and spent the rest of his life knowing it. The divorce. He divorced Riku. This required more from him than anything else the performance required, possibly more than anything in the 2 years of waiting. The other elements of the performance were things he was doing to an audience of enemies: the drinking, the public dissolution, the taking of Okaru. The divorce was something he was doing to his wife, to the woman who had been with him for 15 years, who had borne his children, who had, by all accounts, understood from the beginning what her husband was likely to do, and had supported it in the way available to a chief retainer's wife in Edo period Japan, which was to manage the household, maintain the appearance of ordinary life, and say nothing that could be used against the plan. The tradition holds 2 versions of the divorce. In the first version, Riku did not know the divorce was a performance. Oishi had not told her the full plan. She received the notice of divorce with pain and confusion, not understanding why he was doing this. In this version, her composure in the face of what she understood as a real abandonment is the thing the tradition finds moving. The dignified acceptance of something terrible, the silence of a woman who will not beg. In the second version, Riku knew. Oishi told her, or she deduced it, or she knew her husband well enough to understand that this was not what it appeared to be. In this version, her composure is still the thing the tradition finds moving, the dignified performance of pain, the convincing of the watchers that this was real, the protecting of the plan through her own acting. Both versions agree on the outcome. The watchers reported to Kira, Oishi has divorced his wife and taken a companion from the establishments of Kyoto. A man who divorces his wife and takes such a companion is a man who has completely abandoned the obligations of his former life. There is nothing to fear. Riku went to her family's home in Toyooka. She took the younger children. She waited. She did not know, in any version, exactly when or how the waiting would end. She waited anyway. After the events of the 14th of the 12th month, when the full story became public, the people of Toyooka understood what Riku had been living with. The woman who had accepted the notice of divorce without public breakdown, who had taken her children to her family's home and maintained the composure of someone who had been abandoned, had in fact been the wife of a man conducting the most complex and costly act of loyalty in Japanese history. She had not broken. She had not betrayed him. She had waited. She outlived her husband. She outlived her eldest son. She lived long enough to see their graves at Sengakuzi, and to know that what he had spent his last years working toward had been completed. She was buried eventually in the place she had moved to after everything was over. That tradition holds her in the same regard it holds Oishi, not as a hero in the active sense, but as the person who made the hero possible, which is a different and arguably more difficult thing. Okaru. Her name was Okaru. She was a young woman from the establishments of Kyoto, and she became Oishi's companion after the divorce. The tradition has treated her in various ways, sometimes as a pure instrument of the performance, used and discarded, sometimes as a woman who genuinely loved the man she was with and was genuinely hurt by the revelation of who he actually was, sometimes as a figure of sympathy in her own right, a woman who found herself in the middle of something she had not been told about. What seems likely, from the accounts that describe her, is that she was all of these things. She was an instrument of the performance. Her presence signaled to the watchers that Oishi had given up entirely. She was also, within that performance, a real person who was treated with a care that went beyond the purely instrumental. Oishi was not cruel. The accounts do not describe him as someone who used people without regard for what it cost them. He used Okaru because the plan required it, and he treated her with whatever gentleness the situation allowed. At some point during their time together, she seems to have understood that the man she was with was not what he appeared to be. The understanding came from small inconsistencies, moments when the mask slipped, when the calculation showed through the performance. She kept what she knew to herself. She continued her role. She was, in this way, an unknowing collaborator and then a knowing one, in something she had not been asked to collaborate in. When the full story became known, Okaru's position was discussed with the mixture of sympathy and condescension that the era reserved for women in complicated situations. She was sympathized with because she had been used. She was condescended to because the using was in service of something so important that the condescension felt churlish even to those who practiced it. She eventually, like Riku, like Agurihime, like several of the women connected to the events of the 47, entered a convent. She was given a place and a support. She lived out her years in the quiet of a religious community. Whether she found peace there, or whether the quiet was simply the absence of the complications she had left behind, is not recorded. Oishi Chikara, he was 15 or 16 when his father began the performance. He was old enough to understand, if not the full plan, then the direction of it, old enough to have opinions, old enough to be included carefully in the knowledge of what was coming. He was Oishi's eldest son. Tall, he had inherited Riku's height, in the way that children sometimes inherit from one parent, a quality that parent has in abundance, and the other parent lacks entirely. He was noted, by the accounts that describe him, as a young man of good appearance and considerable seriousness. The seriousness made sense. He was the son of a man engaged in the most demanding act of loyalty in Japanese history, and he had been told clearly what the plan was and what it would cost. He committed himself to being one of the 47 at an age when most young men are not yet certain what they want their lives to be. He was 16, or close to it, when he made the commitment. He had been told exactly what the commitment meant. He had chosen it, not in the way of someone who does not understand the consequences, but in the way of someone who does understand them and chooses anyway. The choice of a 16-year-old who sees clearly is something the tradition has always found both moving and almost incomprehensible. Oishi sent Riku away. He sent the younger children away. He kept Chikara, the son who was old enough to understand, old enough to choose, old enough to be the one person in the immediate family who stayed. He was 18 when the 47 went through the gates of Kira's mansion. He was assigned to the group at the back gate. The harder assignment, the closer fighting, the less space and more intensity. He went through the gate with his father's men and did what he had committed to doing. At Matsuno Dairano Kami's mansion, in the second month of 1703, the 47 fulfilled their duties. Chikara was the youngest. By the custom of the ceremony, the youngest present went last. He knelt. He performed the ritual correctly. He was 18 years old. He died beside his father, in the mansion of a lord who had received them with the hospitality that the situation required, in the cold of the second month of the year after the night of the 14th. He was buried at Sengakuzi beside his father. The graves of Oishi Kuranosuke and Oishi Chikara are side by side in the temple compound, father and son, who entered the gate together, who were buried together, whose stones stand together in the incense smoke of 3 centuries. The final hours. Oishi was held at Matsuno Dairano Kami's mansion for less than 2 months after the night of the 14th. He had 16 of the 47 with him. He had been treated with the hospitality his captors could not quite refuse to provide, housed adequately, fed, allowed to write letters, allowed to receive visitors. He was, in these weeks, the same man he had always been, writing letters, attending to the details, making sure things were in order. He wrote to Riku. The letters do not survive in complete form, but accounts of their content suggest a man who was saying what he had not been able to say before, what the divorce had required him not to say, what the performance had required him not to say. Whether this is accurate or is the tradition constructing the emotional resolution it needed is impossible to say with certainty. What seems likely is that he wrote, that he said something, that the silence of the 2 years was partially answered in the weeks before the end. He composed his final poem. The poem is the last thing that is certainly his, in his own voice, without the distortion of performance or the requirement of concealment. It reads, "The path to paradise is one straight road. Together with my Lord, with the Buddha to complete us, We are 48. 48, not 47. The 46 who fulfilled their duty in the various mansions, plus Asano Takumi no Kami, who had been waiting at Sengakuzi, plus, in a sense, Oishi himself, though he is already among the 47. The number that makes the arithmetic work in the way of a man who is thinking about what comes after as something continuous with what came before. He received the shogunate's judgment with the calm of someone who had expected it. He prepared. On the day, he performed the ritual correctly, as he had performed every ritual correctly throughout his life. He was 44 years old. He had been chief retainer of Akko for 23 years, and he had spent the last 2 years and 4 months doing the work that those 23 years had been quietly preparing him for. The noon lantern that burns in the dark is not a lantern that was inadequate during the day. It is a lantern that was saving itself, that was accumulating the patience and the competence and the willingness to be unremarkable until the darkness required it to be exactly what it was. Oishi Kuranosuke, the noon lantern, who became in the dark the thing the dark required. The grave. He is buried at Sengakuzi, in the compound he reached on the morning of the 15th of the 12th month, when the 47 reported to Asano Takumi no Kami's grave that they had done what they had come to do. His stone is in the rows with the others. His son's stone is beside it. People have been bringing incense to his grave for 300 years. They come from across Japan, and increasingly from across the world. They stand before the stone. They burn incense. They stand in the particular way of people who are in the presence of something they cannot entirely articulate but recognize as real. The noon lantern burned once in the dark, and the light of it has been reaching people for 3 centuries, and shows no sign of dimming. Episode of Horibe Yasube, the 47 Ronin. The man who ran to the fight. He was drunk when the message arrived. This is where the story of Horibe Yasube begins. Not with a sword drawn in a formal corridor, not with a judgment delivered by a shogun, but with a young man asleep in his lodgings in Koishikawa in the spring of 1694, having drunk through the night in the way that 23-year-old men without money and without positions sometimes drink, not from despair exactly, but from the particular restlessness of someone who has more capacity than the world has yet found a use for. The message was brought by a servant. His uncle by marriage, Kano Rokuro Zaimon, was at Takadano Baba. There was going to be a fight, 18 men on the other side. The uncle needed help. Yasubi got up. He had been sleeping in his clothes, or something close to it. He was still drunk, or he was no longer drunk. The accounts do not agree on this point. What they agree on is that he ran. He grabbed his sword and he ran through the streets of Edo toward Takadano Baba. He arrived after the fight had started. He arrived in time. Who he was before all of this. His name at birth was Nakayama Yasube Takayuki. He was born in 1670 in Niigata Shinpatsu to be precise, the domain of the Mizoguchi family. His father was a retainer of the Niigata Shinpatsu domain. His mother was connected, through her own family, to the Mizoguchi themselves, a lineage of some distinction. He was, in other words, born into a position that had possibilities. If things had gone differently, if things always went differently. His father fell under suspicion of wrongdoing. The exact nature of the wrongdoing is not clear. The accounts are vague in the way that accounts of disgrace tend to be vague, protecting the reputations of various parties while still conveying the essential fact. Something went wrong, and the family paid for it. The father was dismissed from the domain. The family's situation collapsed. Yasubi became, in the language of the era, a Ronin, a wave man, a man without a lord, drifting on the surface of a world that had no place for him. He was a child when this happened. He grew up in the condition of displacement, learning what displaced men learn, that the skills you have are the only security available to you, and that among the skills a man without a domain can develop, the skill of fighting is both the most accessible and the most transferable. He went to Kozukenosuke, what is now Gunmaken, and studied the Maniwanen Ryu School of Swordsmanship. He studied seriously. He was gifted. He was the kind of student who absorbs what they are taught completely, and then, when no one is watching, keeps practicing. He came to Edo. He found lodgings in Koishikawa at the dojo of Horiuchi Gentaro, one of the sword schools that made Edo both the most dangerous and the most skilled city in Japan. He continued to practice. He continued to be gifted. He drank sometimes, in the evenings, in the way of a young man with skill and no outlet for it. He was 23 years old in the spring of 1694. Takadanobaba. The place called Takadanobaba, the horse training ground of Takada, was on the western edge of Edo, in what is now the Nishiwaseda area of Shinjuku. It was an open area used for training horses, for archery practice, for the various exercises that samurai engaged in to maintain the skills their position required. It was also, because open areas outside the immediate scrutiny of the shogunate's officials tend to become such things, a place where disputes were settled. On the 11th day of the second month of 1694, a man named Murakami Shozaemon came to Takadanobaba with a group of companions. Murakami had a grievance against Kano Rokuro Zaimon, Yasube's uncle by marriage, a grievance that had been building for some time, that had expressed itself in an insult at some gathering or other, that had escalated to the point where Murakami and his companions had issued a formal challenge, a katakyuchi. They would settle it at Takadanobaba. Kano had received the challenge. He was not a young man. He was not in the best of health. The number of men Murakami had brought, 18 by the accounts, though this number was inflated by later telling, as such numbers tend to be, was a number designed to overwhelm rather than to match. This was a killing, dressed as a duel. Yasube heard about it drunk, asleep in his lodgings, got up, grabbed his sword, ran. He ran through the streets of Edo in the spring morning, the sword still in its sheath, his clothes from last night or the night before, his head clearing as he ran. The distance from Koishikawa to Takadanobaba is approximately 2 kilometers. He ran the 2 kilometers. He arrived. The fight at Takadanobaba. What happened at Takadanobaba on that morning has been told so many times, in so many versions, that the true account is somewhere underneath the accumulation of telling. The lectures and the kabuki plays and the novels and the films have made it something it probably was not, a perfectly choreographed display of overwhelming martial genius. What it probably was is more honest and more interesting, a very skilled young man arriving at a fight already in progress, and doing what very skilled young men do when they arrive at fights already in progress, which is to make themselves extremely dangerous as quickly as possible. He drew his sword. He entered the fight. The men on the other side, how many there actually were, 3 or 5 or 18, encountered someone they had not been expecting, someone who fought with the particular quality of a man who has been training for years with no other purpose than to be exactly this good at exactly this thing, someone whose body knew what to do before his mind had finished deciding to do it. The fight ended. Kano survived. The men on the other side who needed to leave left, and the ones who could not leave were dealt with. Yasube stood in Takadanobaba with his sword, and the evidence of what had happened, and the particular feeling of a young man who has just done the thing he has been preparing to do for his entire adult life, and found that he was, in fact, exactly as good at it as his training suggested. Thekawaraban, the news sheets of Edo, the precursors of newspapers, reported the incident the next day. They reported it as 18 men cut down by a single fighter who had arrived running, drunk, in the clothes of the previous evening. The number 18 was almost certainly wrong. The drunk detail was probably somewhat accurate. The image was perfect, and the image spread through Edo the way images spread through a city of 1 million people when they are exactly the kind of image the city wants. The young man who ran to the fight, who arrived in time, who was exactly as good as he needed to be. Horibe Hikanamaru. The news reached a man named Horibe Hikanamaru. He was an old retainer of the Ako domain, the domain of Asano Takuminokami, the lord who would, 7 years later, draw a sword in Matsuno Oroka. Kanamaru was in his 60s. He had a problem that old men with no sons sometimes have. He had a daughter, Ku, but no male heir. The Horibe name, which he had spent his life upholding, would end with him. He heard about what had happened at Takadanobaba. He heard about the young man who had run 2 kilometers, still drunk, and won. And he made a decision that the tradition has always found both comic and deeply human. He fell in love, not romantically, dynastically. He looked at what Yasube had done, and he saw the person he wanted to carry the Horibe name. He went to Yasube's lodgings. He knocked on the door. He explained himself. He offered Yasube the position of son-in-law, the Horibe name, the adoption into the family, the position in the Ako domain that came with the adoption. Yasube said no. He said he was the heir of the Nakayama family, and he could not abandon that name even if the Nakayama family was, at this point, essentially him and nobody else. He said he was sorry, but no. Kanemaru went away. He came back. He offered again. Yasube declined again. Kanemaru came back a 3rd time. The tradition does not record exactly how many times he came back, but it records that he was persistent in the way of old men who have decided something and are not going to undecide it. He eventually offered a compromise. Yasube could keep the name Nakayama in his heart while publicly taking the name Horibe. The Nakayama family would not technically end, just go underground. Yasube could be both. Yasube accepted this. He married Ko. He became Horibe Yasube. He entered the service of Ako domain with a stipend of 200 koku and the position of mounted guard. He was 28 years old. He had a name. He had a domain. He had a wife. He had a life that was, for the first time in his life, pointing somewhere. It pointed 7 years later to Matsuno Oroka. The Fury of Waiting. Horibe Yasube was 31 years old when Asano Takuminokami died. He was in Edo when it happened. He heard about it within hours. His response was the response of a man who had spent his entire adult life training to be exactly this kind of fighter. He wanted to act immediately, now, before Kira could reinforce his defenses, before the 47 had dispersed, before the outrage had time to cool into the kind of patient calculation that Oishi was already beginning to perform. He wrote to Oishi. The letters were urgent. Act now, they said. The time is right. The men are ready. We cannot wait. Oishi's responses were careful, measured, and consistent. Not yet. The watchers are too many. Kira's guards are too alert. If we move now, we fail. We need to wait. Yasube received these letters in the state of a man who is built for action and has been told to be still. He was not built for still. He had never been built for still. The stillness he had achieved at Takadano Baba had lasted exactly as long as the run from Koishikawa. 2 kilometers, a morning, and then he was there. 2 years was not 2 kilometers. 2 years was not a morning. He found ways to manage. He trained. He kept himself sharp in the ways available to a man in Edo who could not advertise that he was training for a specific purpose. He maintained his body in the condition that the night of the 14th would require. He watched Kira's mansion from a distance, learning its rhythms, storing the information that would matter later, and he did the thing that got him into trouble. The fight over a word. At some point in the period of waiting, the accounts place it at various times, none definitively. Yasube was in a public place in Edo when he heard someone say something about Asano Takumi no Kami, something dismissive, something that communicated the view that a man who draws a sword in Matsuno Oroka is not worth avenging, that the whole business of the retainers of Akko maintaining their loyalty to a dead lord was a kind of performance rather than a genuine commitment. Yasube heard this. Yasube responded. Not with words. Words were not his primary instrument. He challenged the man. He fought him. He won, in the particular way that a man trained at the Maniwanen Ryu school wins, which is thoroughly enough that the man who loses does not quickly forget the lesson. He did not kill him. Killing him would have brought the attention of the authorities. He defeated him thoroughly enough that the lesson would be remembered. He reported the incident to Oishi, because everything was reported to Oishi, because the network required it. Oishi received the report. He did not reprimand Yasube. He noted it, filed it in the calculation he was always running, and understood something essential about the man he was managing. Yasube's fury was not a problem to be suppressed. It was a tool that needed to be directed. A man who would fight over a public insult to his lord's memory was a man who would not hesitate when the moment came. The management of Yasube, keeping him ready without letting him act too soon, was one of the ongoing demands of the 2 years of waiting. The night of the 14th, Yasube was assigned to the back gate, the smaller gate, the harder assignment. The back gate group was under the command of Oishi Chikara, the young son, the youngest of the 47. Yasube was assigned to support him. The older fighter, the experienced one, placed alongside the youngest commander. This was not accidental. Oishi's assignments were never accidental. The back gate was narrower. The fighting there was more immediate and more confined. There was less room for the kind of tactical maneuvering that the front gate allowed. It was, in many ways, the kind of fighting that Yasube had been doing since Takadano Baba. Close, fast, intense, decided in the first moments of engagement. He went through the back gate with the first men in. He had been waiting 2 years, 8 months, and some number of days. The waiting was over. The sword that had cut through the situation at Takadano Baba, or one like it, maintained through the years of waiting with the same care that Oishi gave to every detail, was in his hand. He was 33 years old. He was exactly as good at this as he had always been. He was, perhaps, slightly better. The back gate was secured. The compound was enclosed. The 47 had entered from both sides simultaneously, as planned, and the plan was working. The letters from custody. Yasube was held at Mizuno Izumi no Kami's mansion after the night of the 14th. He had time in the weeks of custody that he had not had in the months of planning and the years of waiting. Time to write, to think, to be still in a way that was no longer the frustrating stillness of someone waiting for action, but the different stillness of someone who has done what they came to do. Some of his letters survive. They are, among the documents produced by the 47, among the most revealing. He wrote to his wife Ko, whom he had married because Kanemaru had been so insistent and so human about it, with a directness and an affection that the circumstances had stripped of pretense. He wrote to some of the other 47. He wrote to the sword teacher at whose dojo he had first become himself. In one letter, and this is the letter the tradition has always found most honest, he wrote that he had been afraid sometimes during the years of waiting, not of the night of the 14th itself, but of himself, of whether he would actually be able to do what was required when the moment came after all the waiting. He wrote that he had not been sure, even with all his training, even with Takadano Baba behind him, even with everything. He wrote that the moment had come, and he had been able to do it. He wrote that this was, in the end, the only thing he had needed to know. He was 25 years old when he died at Mizunoizumi no Kami's mansion in the second month of 1703. The age is sometimes given as 33 or 34, which is closer to accurate. He was born in 1670 and died in 1703. He was young either way. He died with the knowledge that he had been exactly what he had trained to be, which is a knowledge not everyone gets. The grave at Sengakuzi. He is buried at Sengakuzi with the others. His grave is not the most prominent. He is not the leader, not the strategist, not the one the official histories center. He is the fighter, the one who ran, the one who arrived at Takadano Baba in the close of the previous evening and won, the one who wrote the impatient letters, the one who fought over a public insult to his lord's memory and did not apologize for it. The tradition reaches for him when it wants to show what the 47 were at their most human. Not the calculation, not the patience, not the strategy, but the fury and the fidelity and the running toward the fight quality that is, in its own way, just as necessary as everything else. The 47 needed Oishi's patience. They also needed Yasube's fire. The fire was what made the patience meaningful. The patience was what made the fire useful. He ran to the fight at Takadano Baba. He ran in a different way to the fight at Kira's mansion. Both times he arrived in time. Both times he was exactly as good as he needed to be. The grave at Sengakuzi holds what remains of a man who spent his life running toward the thing he was made for, and who found it, twice, and did not flinch. The Man Who Could Not Choose Kayano Sanpei, Part 1. There are stories that do not resolve. There are stories in which the person at the center faces two things that cannot both be honored, two obligations equally real and equally demanding. They point in directions so opposite that moving toward one means moving away from the other, and the person facing this impossibility has no good option, only the choice of which thing to betray. Kayano Sanpei faced such a choice. He was a samurai of Akohan, one of the retainers of Asano Takumi no Kami, the lord whose death set in motion the events that Japan has been telling and retelling for more than 300 years. He was not the most famous of those retainers. That distinction belongs to Oishi Kuranosuke, the chief retainer whose patient and careful orchestration of the revenge made it possible, whose name has become synonymous with loyalty, and with the particular Japanese understanding of what duty requires. Sanpei was not Oishi Kuranosuke. He was a younger man, a man of feeling rather than strategy. His relationship to his obligations was not the measured and calculated relationship of a political mind. It was the immediate and ungoverned relationship of someone who feels things completely and cannot manage those feelings into something more convenient. He was also a son, and a husband, and a father, and these things mattered to him in ways that the story of the revenge does not always have room to acknowledge. Akohan was a domain in the western part of Japan's main island, a place of modest prosperity and relative peace. It was governed by Asano Takumi no Kami, with a conscientiousness that his retainers respected and that the people of the domain experienced as the kind of governance that does not draw attention to itself, because it is doing what governance is supposed to do. Sanpei had grown up in this world. He had grown up in the world of a functioning domain, a world in which the obligations of a samurai were real and present, but were not, in the ordinary course of things, tested in ways that required a person to choose between them. He served his lord. He maintained the relationship with his family that a man of his station was expected to maintain. He lived the life that the world he had been born into provided. He had the particular quality of someone who has not yet been required to discover what he is made of, who has the values he has been given without having had to find out what those values cost. His father was not a retainer of Akohan. His father served a different lord, lived in a different domain. He was connected to Sanpei through the bonds of blood and obligation that connected fathers and sons in that world, bonds that were real and that carried weight, that could not be simply set aside when they became inconvenient. The event that changed everything happened in Edo, in the shogun's castle, in a corridor. Asano Takumi no Kami drew his sword. He drew it against Kozukenosuke, the master of ceremonies whose conduct toward him during the preparation for a shogunal reception had been, in the assessment of Asano Takumi no Kami, intolerable. What Kozukenosuke had done, exactly, is something that the historical record preserves in incomplete and contested form. There are accounts that describe deliberate humiliations, insults calculated to provoke. The behavior of a man who understood his own position well enough to know that the rules of the shogun's castle protected him from the consequences of what he was doing. There are other accounts that are less certain about this, that suggest the conflict was more complicated, that Asano Takumi no Kami was a man of volatile temperament, who may have responded to things that a more controlled person would have managed differently. What is not in dispute is what happened. Asano Takumi no Kami drew his sword in the shogun's castle, which was forbidden, and wounded Kozukenosuke, and the drawing of the sword in that place was an offense for which the shogunate's response was immediate and without appeal. The news reached Aku in the way that catastrophic news travels, quickly and with the particular quality of information that has not yet been fully processed by anyone who is carrying it, that arrives as fact before it has become fully real. Asano Takumi no Kami had been ordered to die. The domain of Ako would be dissolved. The retainers of Akohan were now, in the terminology of that world, Ronin, masterless samurai, men whose identity and whose position in the world had been organized around a lord who no longer existed. Sanpei received this news. He received it as all the retainers received it. as a blow that required a response, and that the code of the warrior class had a clear account of what that response should be. Loyalty demanded revenge. The death of a lord demanded that the men who had served him seek the death of the man responsible. This was not a suggestion. This was not one option among several. This was what the situation required, in the understanding of every man in Akohan who had spent his life in the values of the samurai class. Sanpei understood this. He understood it completely and without reservation, and he also understood something else, something that the code did not have a simple answer for. His father was not a retainer of Akohan. His father lived in a different domain, served a different lord, was a man of advancing age whose connection to the world of the revenge was not through any obligation to Asano Takumi no Kami, but through his son. And his father did not want Sanpei to join the revenge. This requires explanation, because the instinct of the modern reader is to ask why a father would not want his son to do the honorable thing, the thing that the values they both had been raised in clearly demanded. The answer is that the father's opposition was not opposition to honor. It was the opposition of a man who understood what the revenge meant in practical terms, which was that every man who joined it was committing to a course that ended in death. The revenge, if it succeeded, would be followed by the deaths of the men who carried it out, because the shogunate would not permit the killing of a ranking official to go unpunished regardless of the justification. Sanpei's father was not asking him to abandon honor. He was asking him to live, and the asking was the asking of a father, which is a different kind of asking from any other kind, a kind that carries within it the entire weight of everything that has passed between a father and a son over the course of a life. Sanpei did not know what to do. This is the heart of his story, and it is worth sitting with rather than moving past too quickly, because the not knowing was not a temporary condition that would resolve itself once he had thought about it long enough. It was a permanent condition, a condition produced by the genuine equality of two obligations that both had legitimate claims on him and that could not both be met. He owed his lord revenge. He owed his father obedience. These were not merely feelings. They were not merely preferences or inclinations that could be weighed against each other and the heavier one chosen. They were obligations, real and binding, recognized by the world he lived in as obligations, supported by the values that he had been given and that he had made his own. And they pointed in opposite directions. Sanpei was 24 years old. He was at the beginning of a life organized around values he believed in, and the values were telling him two different things. There was no way to honor both of them, and he did not know how to live in a world where the thing he believed in required him to betray something else he believed in. He would spend the remaining time of his life trying to find a way through this. He would not find one. Part 2. The retainers of Akohan gathered. They gathered not in the formal way that retainers gather when the situation is clear and the course of action is agreed upon. They gathered in the uncertain and contested way that people gather when the situation is unprecedented, and the course of action is anything but agreed upon. There were 47 of them, eventually, but the eventually matters, because the 47 was not a number that existed from the beginning, was not a number that formed the moment the news from Edo arrived. It was a number that accumulated over months, and the accumulation was itself a process of argument and persuasion and defection. The particular kind of social pressure that forms when a group of people are trying to determine what their shared values actually require of them in conditions that those values had not previously been tested against. Oishi Kuranosuke was the organizing intelligence. He was a man whose qualities were not the qualities that made a man famous in the ordinary course of things, not brilliant in battle, or remarkable in appearance, or possessed of the kind of charisma that draws people to a person instinctively. He was patient, he was careful, he was a man who understood that the revenge, if it was to happen at all, required planning of a kind that the immediate emotional response to the situation did not provide. Sanpei was with the group from the beginning. He was with them in the way that a man is with something, when his values tell him clearly that this is where he should be, and his other obligations have not yet made themselves fully felt as the opposing force they would become. He attended the meetings. He participated in the planning. He was, in the accounting of the group, one of the committed men, one of the men on whose participation the others could count, and he was, at the same time, his father's son. His father's opposition had been expressed clearly and without ambiguity, and the expression of it had created a weight that Sanpei carried with him into every meeting and every conversation and every moment of commitment to the cause. He did not tell Oishi Kuranosuke about his father, not immediately. He held the conflict inside himself in the way that people hold things that are not yet resolved, things they hope will resolve themselves if not examined too closely, things they are not yet ready to bring into the light where they would require a decision. The planning took time. Oishi Kuranosuke's plan required that the group not appear to be a group. The men who had committed to the revenge needed to scatter and appear to have moved on with their lives, finding new employment and giving the impression that the dissolution of Akohan had dissolved their connection to each other as well. This was a performance, a sustained and demanding performance, played simultaneously by many people across many different locations, each of whom had to maintain the appearance of a life that was not organized around the secret at its center. Sanpei performed his part. He went home. He returned to the world of his father and his family, the world that was the other pole of the impossibility he was living inside. He inhabited that world with the external appearance of a man who was managing the transition from the situation he had been in to the situation he was now in. His father watched him. His father was not a man who was easily deceived, particularly not by his own son. The quality of Sanpei's performance, however creditable to his discipline, was not sufficient to prevent his father from understanding that something was being concealed. The letters began. Oishi Kuranosuke wrote to the committed men at intervals, letters that maintained the connection between them and the plan they had made, that confirmed the continuing commitment of the group and updated the state of the preparation. Sanpei received these letters. He received them in his father's domain, in the house where he was living with his family, in the life that was the life his father wanted him to be living. He read them in private. He replied to them, affirming his commitment, maintaining his place in the group that was slowly and carefully preparing for something that would cost him everything he had outside of that group. His father did not know about the letters. His father did not know the extent of Sanpei's continued involvement. but his father knew his son, and what his father knew about his son told him that the situation was not as resolved as the surface suggested. The opposition continued, not loudly, not in the form of confrontation or ultimatum, because his father was not that kind of man, but steadily, in the way that a father's love expresses itself when it is afraid, in the persistent, gentle pressure of a man who wants his son to live and who believes that the course his son is on leads somewhere that a father cannot follow. Sanpei's wife knew. She knew in the way that wives know things, through the particular intimacy of shared life, through the quality of his silences, and the way he held himself in the evenings, through all the ways that a person who is carrying something inside them cannot entirely prevent that carrying from being visible to someone who knows them well. She did not try to stop him. She did not add her voice to his father's, did not compound the pressure he was already under with the weight of her own opposition. She understood, with the understanding of a woman who had married a samurai and who knew what that meant, that the path he was on was the path his values required him to be on. But she was afraid, and the fear was not an abstract fear but a specific one. The fear of a woman who can see the end of the path her husband is walking, and who knows that she cannot walk it with him, and that when it ends, she will be alone. Sanpei saw her fear. He lived with it alongside his own conflict, carried both things through the days and nights of the waiting period, the period of maintaining the performance of a normal life, while inside that life something was building toward a point that would require everything from him. The year passed. The retainers of Akohan lived their scattered and performed lives, each of them managing the particular version of the impossible situation that their individual circumstances had produced, each of them maintaining the commitment they had made, while also managing the life that the commitment was costing them. Sanpei managed his. He managed it with the discipline that his training had given him, and with the love for his lord that was as real as his love for his father and his wife. The management was the management of someone who has not yet reached the breaking point, but who can see it from where he is standing. It was not a comfortable place to stand. It was not a place that anyone who had not stood there could fully understand. But it was where Sanpei was, and where he remained, through the seasons of that year and into the next, waiting, carrying, moving toward something he could not avoid and could not fully accept. Part 3. The confrontation came. It came not in the form of a single dramatic encounter, but in the form of a situation that had been building pressure for months. It finally reached a point where the pressure could no longer be contained by the performance of normalcy that Sanpei had been maintaining. His father knew, not the details, not the specific shape of the plan or the timing or the names of everyone involved, but the essential fact, which was that Sanpei's commitment to the revenge had not dissolved despite the dissolution of Akohan, that the path his son was on was still the path that led to the place his father had been afraid of since the beginning. The conversation between them was the kind of conversation that fathers and sons have when the thing they have been avoiding saying to each other can no longer be avoided. It was not a loud conversation. It was not a conversation of anger, because the father's opposition was not born of anger, but of love, and love does not typically express itself in the register of anger, even when it is desperate. It was a quiet conversation, a conversation of two people who understood each other, and who understood, with the clarity that comes from understanding each other, that what was between them had reached a point of no return. Sanpei's father gave him a choice. The choice was not the choice of the revenge or the family, though that was its content. It was the choice of remaining in the family or being removed from it, of continuing to be his father's son in the formal and legal sense, or being disinherited, cut off from the family line and the obligations and the resources and the identity that membership in the family provided. In the world of that period, disinheritance was not merely a financial or social consequence. It was a transformation of identity. A person who was disinherited was a person who had lost the location in the world that family membership provided, who existed without the context of obligation and belonging that gave a person's life its structure and its meaning. Sanpei's father was not threatening this casually. He was threatening it with the specific and deliberate intention of making real the weight of what Sanpei was choosing, of forcing the choice to be a choice and not a drift, of requiring his son to understand that what he was moving toward had a cost that went beyond his own life. Sanpei did not renounce the revenge. He could not. The same quality that made his father's appeal so devastating to him, the quality of genuinely feeling both things completely, also made it impossible to renounce the commitment he had made to his lord. It made it impossible to renounce the men who were carrying out the plan that his lord's death required. He had sworn. The oath was not a formality. It was a thing he had meant when he made it, had meant with the same completeness that he meant the love for his father and the love for his family. And the meaning of it could not be unmade by his father's opposition, however much the opposition was itself made of love. His father carried out the threat. Sanpei was disinherited. The formal act was performed. The records were changed. The relationship between father and son that had been the context of Sanpei's entire life was severed in the legal and social sense that such things were severed in the world of Edo period Japan. Sanpei received this. He received it not with the bitterness of someone who has been wronged, but with the grief of someone who understands that what has happened is the direct consequence of who he is and what he believes. His father's action was itself an act of love, however much it felt like its opposite. He wrote to Oishi Kuranosuke. He wrote the letter that the situation required, the letter that maintained his place in the group and confirmed his commitment. He did not mention what had just happened at home, because the home life and the revenge life were two things he had been keeping separate, not yet ready to allow to be seen in relation to each other. Oishi Kuranosuke received the letter. He received it as he received all such letters, with the attentiveness of a man who is managing a complex human situation, and who reads between the lines of what is written for the things that are not written. He may have understood more than Sanpei had explicitly said. Oishi Kuranosuke was a man who understood people, not in the dramatic, intuitive way of someone with a gift for reading character, but in the patient, analytical way of someone who has spent years paying careful attention to how people behave under pressure. Sanpei under pressure was behaving like someone carrying more than the ordinary weight of the situation. Oishi Kuranosuke noticed. He did not intervene. The thing Sanpei was carrying was Sanpei's to carry, and the code they both lived by had a clear account of what the relationship between a man and his burdens was. Sanpei's wife was still with him. This is worth noting because the disinheritance, while it severed his connection to his father's family, did not sever the connection to his own. She had not chosen sides between her husband and her father-in-law, had not made the impossible calculation of which loyalty was primary. She had simply stayed. She had stayed because she was his wife, and because the staying was what the role required, and because she loved him. Those three things were in her case not in conflict with each other, the way that things in Sanpei's life were in conflict with each other. She was afraid for him. She was also proud of him, in the specific way that people are proud of someone they love, who is doing a hard thing with integrity, who is not flinching from what they believe even when the flinching would make things easier. She did not tell him she was proud. People in that world did not typically say these things directly, but she was, and Sanpei knew it, with the knowledge that people have of the people they are close to, the knowledge that does not require words, because it is made of something more continuous than words. The second year of waiting came and began to pass. The plan was moving forward. Oishi Kuranosuke's careful preparation was approaching the point where preparation gives way to action. The men who had committed to the revenge were being brought back together, their scattered performances of normal life being quietly wound down in preparation for the thing that normal life had been a cover for. Sanpei was called. The call came in the form of a letter from Oishi Kuranosuke, a letter whose content was what the situation required and whose timing was what the plan had determined. It said, in the language that their correspondence had developed, that the time was approaching. Sanpei received the letter. He read it in the house where he lived with his wife, in the domain where his father had disinherited him, in the life that had been the cover for the other life. He had waited for this letter. He had committed to responding to it in a particular way, and now that it had arrived, he understood, with the particular clarity of a man who has been living in an impossible situation, long enough to know exactly what his impossible situation is. Responding to it in the way he had committed to would require something from him that he was not certain he had. Part 4. Sanpei did not go to Edo. This is the fact that everything else in his story leads toward, the fact that the 2 years of carrying the impossible situation had been building toward, the fact that defines him in the accounting that history has made of the men of Akohan. He did not go. The letter from Oishi Kuranosuke called him, and he understood what the call meant, and he had spent 2 years committed to responding to exactly this call in exactly the way that loyalty required. And he did not go, not because he had changed his mind about his lord, not because the love for Asano Takumi no Kami had faded, or the sense of obligation to honor his death had weakened, not because he had concluded that the revenge was wrong, or that Oishi Kuranosuke's plan was misguided, or that the values that demanded the revenge were values he no longer held. He did not go because he could not, because the weight of what he was carrying had reached a point where the carrying was no longer possible, where the impossibility of the situation had finally exceeded his capacity to exist inside it. He wrote to Oishi Kuranosuke. He wrote the letter that had to be written, the letter that every man in the group who did not appear when the time came had to write in some form or another, the letter that said he would not be there. The writing of this letter was its own kind of devastation, not because the decision was wrong, because there was no right decision available, but because the writing made final what had been held open, made the breaking explicit what had been implied. It created out of 2 years of irresolvable tension a resolution that felt, in the moment of its production, like the worst possible outcome, even though it was also the only possible one. Oishi Kuranosuke received the letter. He received it with the equanimity of a man who had been managing the human dimensions of an impossible enterprise for 2 years. He had learned not to be surprised by the ways in which that enterprise exposed the limits of what people could sustain. He did not condemn Sanpei. The accounts of the group's response to the men who did not join the final assault are careful on this point. They distinguish between those who withdrew for reasons genuinely beyond their control and those who withdrew for reasons that the code of loyalty judged more harshly. Sanpei's reasons were of the former kind. His reasons were not cowardice and not selfishness, and not the calculation that survival was preferable to honor. His reasons were love in 2 directions, and the impossibility of fully honoring both. The assault on Kozukenosuke's residence happened in the deep winter. The 47 men who remained committed carried out the plan that Oishi Kuranosuke had been preparing for 2 years, with the precision and the courage that made it one of the most celebrated acts in Japanese history. Sanpei was not among them. He was somewhere else, in the domain where his father had disinherited him, in the house where his wife was waiting. Knowing that the thing was happening without him, that the act he had committed 2 years of his life to was being accomplished by other men while he was absent. The accounts do not tell us specifically where Sanpei was or what he was doing in the hours when the assault took place. They preserve the fact of his absence and the fact of what followed. What followed arrived quickly, because in Sanpei's world, the knowledge that he had not been present did not require a lengthy process of self-examination to produce its result. He knew what he had done. He knew what it meant. He knew, with the specific clarity of a man of his values and his culture, what the only adequate response to what he had done was. He wrote a final letter, not to Oishi Kuranosuke this time, but to his father. The letter was the kind of letter that people write when they have reached the end of something and want to leave behind a record that says what the thing meant and how they feel about it and what they want the people they are leaving to understand. He wrote about his lord. He wrote about the love that he had felt for Asano Takumi no Kami, the genuine, uncalculated love of a retainer for a lord who had been worth serving, the love that had been the origin of everything that had happened. He wrote about his father. He wrote about the love that he felt for the man who had disinherited him, the love that had survived the disinheritance, and that would, he was certain, survive everything that was about to follow. He wrote that he understood why his father had done what he had done. He wrote that he did not blame him. He wrote that the impossibility of the situation was not something that could have been resolved by anyone choosing differently. The 2 obligations he had faced were both real and both genuine, and the world had put him in a position where he could only honor one of them. He chose his lord. In the end, at the end, he chose his lord. What Sanpei chose was not the assault. He had not gone to Edo. He had not participated in the thing that the other men had done, and that had given the revenge its form and its completion. What he chose, in the letter to his father, in the decision that the letter was the prelude to, was the expression of where his loyalty ultimately lay. the final statement of what he was and what he believed, made in the only form available to him after the form of participation had been closed. He chose, in other words, to die as a man who had not abandoned his lord, even though he had not been present when his lord was avenged. The logic of this requires some patience with the values of that world, values that connected honor and death in ways that the modern understanding does not naturally replicate. But the logic was real, and Sanpei understood it. The understanding was itself the final proof that the impossibility of his situation had been real and not performed. What had kept him from Edo was not the absence of the values that sent other men there, but the presence of other values equally real that had stood in the way. He was 26 years old. Part 5. Sanpei prepared himself. The preparation was the preparation of a samurai facing the end that his values had led him to. It was conducted with the particular care and attention to form that the tradition required, the care and attention that were themselves a form of respect for the thing that was ending. He put his affairs in order. This meant different things in different circumstances, but in Sanpei's case it meant the letter to his father, which he had already written. It meant the arrangements that a man with a wife and the possibility of children needed to make when he was removing himself from the world. His wife was there. The accounts of Sanpei's death do not describe in detail the hours before it, do not preserve the specific things that were said between them, or the specific quality of what passed between two people who understood what was coming. But she was there. She had been there through the 2 years of the impossible situation, had been the constant in a life organized around the impossibility of choosing between constants. She was there at the end, present with the full presence of someone who has decided not to look away from what is happening. He died on the 14th day of the 2nd month of Yuan Lu Shi Wu Nian. The date matters because it is the date before the assault on Kozukenosuke's residence. Sanpei died before the revenge happened. He did not die knowing that the 47 men had succeeded, did not die knowing that the plan had been completed, did not die with the information that might have given his death a different quality. He died with the knowledge that he had not been there, and with the letter to his father and the arrangements he had made, and with whatever it is that a person carries with them into the final moment that cannot be accounted for by the external facts of the situation. He died facing toward his Lord. This is what the accounts say, that his body was oriented in the direction of where Asano Takumi no Kami had died. Whether this was a specific decision made in the final arrangement, or a detail added afterward by people who understood what it should mean, the detail is preserved. The meaning it carries is the meaning of someone who had never stopped being a retainer of Akohan, even when the domain was gone, and the lord was dead, and the disinheritance had severed him from the family. His father received the letter. The letter arrived after Sanpei was gone, in the way that final letters arrive, too late to change anything, and therefore available to be received for what it actually was, rather than for what it might have been used to try to accomplish. His father read it. What his father felt is not something the accounts record directly. The accounts record the fact of the letter and the fact of what Sanpei had done, and the fact of the father's survival into the aftermath of his son's death. A father who has disinherited his son and then received the letter that his son wrote before dying faces a particular version of grief. a grief entangled with the question of whether his choice contributed to the outcome, whether the disinheritance added to what Sanpei was carrying in a way that accelerated the end. The accounts do not give the father a verdict on this question. The accounts do not give anyone a verdict on this question. It is one of the unresolvable things in a story full of unresolvable things. The 47 men carried out the assault 2 weeks later. They succeeded. Kozukenosuke was found, and the revenge was completed, and the men who had carried it out surrendered themselves to the shogunate, and waited for the judgment that everyone expected, and that eventually came. They died. They died in the manner of warriors, with the dignity that their code required, and that the accounts preserve with the care that significant deaths receive. Sanpei was not among them. He was not among the 47 who entered history as the most celebrated group of loyal retainers in the Japanese tradition. He was a 48th, or a 0, depending on how one counts. He was the man who had committed and not gone, who had loved and not been there, who had died as a retainer of Akohan without participating in the thing that being a retainer of Akohan in that moment required. And in the gap between what he committed to and what he did, his story lives. A story that does not fit neatly into the categories that the official account of the 47 provides. A story that asks questions the official account does not ask. What does it mean to be loyal when loyalty cannot be completed? What does it mean to love two things with equal genuineness when loving both is impossible? What does it mean to commit to something and then find that the commitment has encountered an obstacle that is not weakness or cowardice, but simply the existence of an equally real obligation pointing in the opposite direction? Sanpei does not answer these questions. His story does not resolve them. It holds them, the way that honest stories hold the things that do not resolve, with the patience of something that is not trying to provide comfort or clarity, but simply to be true about what happened to a person who found himself in a situation that his values could not navigate without betrayal. He betrayed one of his obligations. He could not avoid it. The life he lived in the 2 years of trying to avoid it, and the death he chose when avoidance was no longer possible, are the record of a man who took both of his obligations seriously enough to be destroyed by the impossibility of honoring both. Part 6. The story of the 47 Ronin has been told more than any other story in Japanese history. It has been told in puppet theater, and in kabuki, and in novels, and in films, and in every other form that storytelling takes. The retelling has accumulated over 3 centuries into a tradition so large and so thoroughly explored that it is difficult to say something about it that has not already been said many times. The center of the story, in almost every telling, is Oishi Kuranosuke. His patience and his strategy, and the completeness of his commitment are the things around which the story organizes itself, the qualities that make it the story of loyalty that the Japanese tradition has found in it. And he deserves this centrality. What Oishi Kuranosuke did was extraordinary, and the tradition that has gathered around him reflects something real about what he was and what he accomplished. But the tradition, in centering Oishi Kuranosuke, sometimes leaves less room for the other stories that the same events contain. The story of Sanpei is one of those other stories. Sanpei has not been forgotten. He appears in the accounts of Akohan's retainers, in the records of who committed and who attended the meetings, and who signed the oath and who was not present at the final assault. He appears as one of the men who withdrew, one of the men whose name is not on the final list of 47, one of the men whose story the dominant narrative has not found a central place for. But he has not been forgotten, because his story asks questions that the dominant narrative, for all its power and its beauty, cannot answer. The dominant narrative is a story of loyalty rewarded with death. It is a story in which the right course of action, though costly, is clear, and in which the men who follow it are honored for following it, and the men who do not are, in varying degrees, judged for not doing so. Sanpei's story is different. It is a story in which the right course of action is not clear, in which there are two right courses of action, and only one life to live them in. The impossibility of that situation is itself the subject, rather than the clarity of the obligation and the courage it took to meet it. There is a particular kind of story that Japanese culture has always been drawn to, not the story of triumph, though Japanese culture has those stories, not the story of unambiguous heroism, though it has those too, but the story of mano no aware, the pathos of things, the beauty and the sadness of things that cannot last and cannot be held, the particular quality of feeling that attaches to the experience of something genuine being lost. Sanpei's story is this kind of story. The genuineness of his love for his lord was real. The genuineness of his love for his father was real. Neither of them was performed or calculated or subject to revision in the light of what was convenient. Both of them were real, simultaneously, in the same person, and the world had put them in a configuration that required one of them to be broken. The breaking is what the story is about, not the breaking as failure, not the breaking as weakness, but the breaking as the inevitable consequence of being fully human in a world that sometimes asks people to be less than fully human in order to function within it. His father mourned him. Whatever had passed between them in the final period, whatever the disinheritance had done to the formal structure of their relationship, the father mourned the son. This is what the accounts say, with the directness that significant facts receive. He mourned him, and he kept the letter, and he lived on into the years after the revenge and the deaths of the 47, into the changed world that their deaths had produced. Sanpei's wife mourned him. She had been there through everything, through the 2 years of the impossible situation and the disinheritance and the waiting. She mourned him with the grief of someone who had known what was coming and had stayed anyway, who had chosen, in the way available to her, not to be absent from the thing that was happening. They mourned a man who had loved too many things too completely to be able to honor all of them. They mourned the particular tragedy of someone who is not destroyed by the absence of values, but by their excess, whose problem is not that he does not care enough, but that he cares too much, and in too many directions at once. The cherry blossoms bloom each spring at Akko. The grave of Sanpei is there, along with the graves of the 47 in the compound of Ganryuji, the temple that became the resting place of the retainers of Akohan. He is among them, not among them in life, not among them in the assault, not among them in the death that followed the assault, but among them in memory, in the place where they are remembered together, in the tradition that has kept their names. 300 years have passed. The story is still being told, not because it provides an answer to the questions it raises, but because the questions it raises are questions that do not age. Questions about what loyalty means, and what it costs, and what happens when it points in two directions at once. Sanpei's answer was to die with his body facing toward his lord, having not been present when his lord was avenged, having loved his father and his wife and his lord with a completeness that the world he was born into did not have room for all at once. It was not a triumphant answer. It was not a comfortable answer, but it was an honest one. The tradition has kept his name because honesty of that particular kind is a kind of honesty the world finds difficult to forget. The honesty of a person who cannot pretend that one of their obligations does not exist, even when acknowledging it makes everything harder. Episode of Oishi Riku, the 47 Ronin. She was taller than her husband. This is one of the first things the tradition notes about her. Oishi Kuranosuke was a small man. Oishi Riku was tall, considerably taller. The neighbors who saw them together, in the ordinary years before everything happened, noticed the difference. She married him at 18. He was 27. She was the daughter of Ishitaba Tsunetomo, the chief retainer of the Toyo-oka domain, a woman of good family and good education. She married into the Ako domain and became the wife of the chief retainer, and had children, and managed the household, and lived the life that was, the life of someone in her position. For 15 years, it was a good life. Then the second rider arrived from Edo, and everything that had been good became something else entirely, and Riku discovered what she was made of. Who she was. Her full name was Oishi Riku. She was born in 1669 in Toyo-oka. She died in 1736, 68 years old. She outlived her husband by 23 years. She outlived her eldest son. She outlived her eldest daughter, who died at 15. She outlived most of what she loved, in the particular way of a woman who is built to endure. She was, by the accounts that describe her, formidable. Not in the way of women who demand attention. In the way of women who do not need to demand it, because it comes naturally to anyone who is paying attention. She was tall. She was composed. She was, in the careful language of the Edo period, a woman of good character, which means she was the kind of person who could be trusted with difficult things. She was trusted with the most difficult thing available. The 15 years before the second rider arrived, Riku had a life, a real one. Not the life of a figure in a historical drama. The life of a woman who woke up in the morning and managed a household and raised children and argued with her husband about ordinary things and was, in the spaces between the significant moments, simply herself. Oishi was not, in those years, the figure of legend. He was the chief retainer of Ako, competent, reliable, unspectacular, the noon lantern. She knew this man. She had been married to him for 15 years. She knew the way he thought, the way he managed problems, the way he was when things were difficult. She knew what he was capable of. When the second rider arrived, she knew something he did not yet say aloud. She knew what was coming, not the specific plan that would develop over months and years, but the direction. She knew her husband. She knew the direction this man would go. She prepared herself for what knowing the direction meant. The move to Yamashina. After the surrender of Akko Castle, Oishi took the family to Yamashina, near Kyoto. They rented a house. They established a modest household. Riku managed it with the efficiency she brought to everything she managed. The finances tight, the household functioning, the children cared for. Oishi began the performance, the petitions, the proper channels, the maintaining of appearances. Riku watched him perform and understood something the watchers Kira had placed in Kyoto did not understand. The performance was a performance. The man drinking in the establishments of Kyoto was not the man she had been married to for 15 years. The man lying in the street allowing himself to be kicked was performing something. She did not know exactly what. She did not ask. She understood that not asking was part of her role. She managed the household. She cared for the children. She waited. The woman Oishi brought home. The tradition holds a story about this that has been told in various forms. Oishi, during the period of his public dissolution, began to frequent the establishments of Kyoto in an increasingly visible way. He took a companion, Okaru, a woman from those establishments. This was part of the performance. A man who has taken such a companion is a man who has moved on, who is no longer a threat. And then, in the most extreme version of the story, he brought her home, to the house in Yamashina, where Riku was. He brought this woman home, and, in the logic of the performance he was conducting, made it clear that Riku should leave, that the companion was replacing her in the household, that Riku should go. Riku left. She left the house she had managed, the house where she had waited and understood without asking. She took the children and went, because the performance required it, because her husband needed her to leave so that the watchers would believe the dissolution was complete. Whether she knew this was the reason, or whether she believed it was real, is the question the tradition has argued over for 300 years. Some accounts say she knew, that Oishi told her, or that she understood from knowing him so well, that the leaving was her performance too, the performance of a woman who has been abandoned, conducted so convincingly that the watchers reported it faithfully to Kira. Other accounts say she did not know, that she received what appeared to be an abandonment, and received it without collapse, without the kind of scene that would have attracted attention and undermined the operation, because she was that kind of woman, the kind who receives terrible things and does not collapse. Both versions say she left without collapse. Both versions say she did not betray him. Both versions say she waited. The divorce. The formal divorce came in the 4th month of 1702. Oishi sent the legal notice. Riku received it. She took the children and returned to her family's home in Toyooka. The children were various ages, some old enough to understand what was happening, some not. Chikara, the eldest son, did not come with her. He stayed with his father. She knew what this meant. If she knew the plan, if she understood the direction her husband was going, then she knew Chikara was staying to join the group. She knew she might not see him again. She took the younger children and went to Toyooka and waited. In Toyooka, she managed the household of her family. She maintained the appearance of a divorced woman, not difficult, because she was one, technically. She kept the silence required of her. She had information that, if given to the wrong person, could have unraveled everything. She kept it. The months passed. The plan developed. She did not know the details. She waited. The 15th of the 12th month, word reached Toyo-oka. The 47 had entered Kira's mansion on the night of the 14th. They had found Kira. They had reported to Sengakuzi. They had turned themselves in. The thing that had been planned for 2 years and 4 months had happened. Chikara had been there. Her son, the youngest of the 47, the boy who had stayed with his father while she took the younger children to Toyo-oka. She received this news in Toyo-oka. She received it the way she had received everything, without the kind of collapse that the situation might have allowed, might have justified, might have been entirely understandable. She received it. She knew what came next. She had always known what came next. She had known since the second rider arrived from Edo, and she looked at her husband's face and understood the direction. After the judgment, in the second month of 1703, the shogunate delivered its judgment. The 47 would be allowed to fulfill their duty as samurai, not as criminals. The distinction that honored what they had done while maintaining the law that said it could not be permitted. Oishi Kuranosuke died at Matsuno Daira no Kami's mansion. Oishi Chikara died beside him, father and son, the youngest and the leader, both in the same mansion, both on the same day. Riku received this too, in Toyo-oka, 43 years old, a widow, the mother of a son who was no longer alive, the woman who had been divorced so that the operation could proceed, and who had proceeded to wait while it proceeded. She had 4 children. One had stayed to die with his father. The eldest daughter, Ku, would die at 15, not long after, of causes the sources do not specify. The second son, Yoshichio, she would have entered religious life, to protect him from whatever complications the family name might bring. The second daughter, Ruri, would become her companion through the years that followed. 3 of her 4 children, in one way or another, lost to the events that had followed the second rider's arrival in Akko. The nun. She took religious vows. She became Korin-in, the name given to her in the Buddhist tradition, the name by which she would be known after death. She had entered a kind of life that was not the life she had begun at 18, when she married the chief retainer of Akko and settled into the life of a woman in her position. The religious life gave her a framework, the practice, the ritual of the days, the community of other women who had also, for various reasons, arrived at the life of religious vows. She was not the first woman connected to the events of the 47 to take this path. Aguri Hime, the wife of Asano Takumi no Kami, had done the same. The religious community was, in some ways, where the women of this story ended up. She managed the household of her son Daizaburo, who had been taken into the service of the broad Asano family in Hiroshima, a position that gave him stability and that gave Riku and Ruri a place to live. She corresponded. She maintained the connections that needed to be maintained. She outlived the era. The letters. Riku left letters, more than many women of her time and position. This is unusual. Most women in the Edo period left very little written record, not because they did not write, but because what they wrote was not kept. The letters of chief retainers' wives were not, in general, considered worth preserving. Riku's letters were kept, some of them. Because she was the wife of Oishi Kuranosuke, and everything connected to the 47 was worth keeping, her letters survived. They reveal a woman of considerable intelligence and considerable feeling. They are practical letters about arrangements, about logistics, about the management of the various difficulties that the family's situation created. But underneath the practicality, there is the voice of someone who has been through things that would have broken many people and has not broken. One letter describes the journey from Toyooka to Hiroshima to her son's new position, as 30 men from Hiroshima came to escort them, and the road through the mountains, and arriving after many days of travel. She writes about it the way a woman writes, who has been managing difficult things for a long time, and has learned that writing about them clearly is the only thing available to you when you cannot change them. Ku, the eldest daughter, who died at 15, the sources do not say what she died of. They say she died young. They say Riku lost her. In the years after losing her husband, after losing Chikara, after the divorce and the waiting and the judgment, Riku also lost Ku. The grave of Ku is at Shofukuji Temple in Toyooka, the temple where Riku's Ihatsuzuka, the marker of her hair, her legacy in the place she came from, is also kept. Her Yuigon was that her hair should be kept there, in the place where she was born, near the graves of Ku and Yoshichio. She did not want to be forgotten in Toyooka. She wanted some part of her to remain in the place she came from, even though she died in Hiroshima with Daizaburo. The hair, the marker, the temple, it is still there. 68 years old, she died in 1736. 68 years old, 23 years after her husband's death, 23 years of being the widow of Oishi Kuranosuke, of being the mother of Oishi Chikara, of being the woman who had been divorced so that the operation could proceed, of being the woman who had received all of it without collapse. She was buried in Hiroshima, in the grounds of Kokutaizi Temple, near Daizaburo. She was given the posthumous name Korin in Hanaya Ziu A Daishi, the formal name that marked her place in the tradition. There are two places that hold her memory: Hiroshima, where she is buried; Toyooka, where her hair is kept. Both of these places remember her, not as a footnote to her husband's story, as a woman who had her own story, who received the most difficult things and did not collapse under them, who waited when waiting was what was required, who kept the silence when silence was what was required, who managed the household when managing was what was required, who went to the religious life when that was what was required. She was taller than her husband. She was, in most of the ways that mattered, larger than the space the tradition has usually given her. Episode of Yato Emoshichi, the 47 Ronin. The boy who carried his father. He was 16 years old when he walked into the meeting and said, "I am here in my father's place." The men in the room looked at him. They saw a boy, a tall boy, large for his age, broad-shouldered, with the kind of face that the tradition describes as beautiful, so beautiful that later, when the story was told and retold and performed on stages across Japan, the role of Yato Emoshichi was given to women playing men, because the tradition could not conceive of that particular face as belonging to anyone but a beautiful young woman. But a boy nonetheless, 16 years old, in a room full of men who had been retainers for decades, who had children of their own, who understood that what they were planning was going to end in their deaths, and who had made their peace with that understanding. The men looked at the boy. Oishi looked at the boy. Oishi said, "You are too young. Your father is ill. Your mother needs you. Go home." Yato and Moshichi said, "Uishi-sama's own son, Chikara-sama, is 15 years old, 2 years younger than me, and Chikara-sama has been accepted into the group. Are you saying that the great retainer's son can go, but the son of an ordinary retainer cannot? Is that the kind of justice we are pursuing?" The room was quiet. Oishi was quiet. The boy had said the thing that could not be unsaid, in front of witnesses, and he had said it correctly. He had not been rude. He had not been disrespectful. He had made an argument that was hard to answer, and then he added quietly what his mother had told him that morning. She had said, "Go and do your father's work. Do not shame him. Come back having done what he could not do." Oishi accepted him. Eventually, after a period of silence that the tradition does not measure, but that the accounts suggest was not short, he accepted him into the group, and then, 6 weeks later, Yato and Moshichi's father died. The father. Yato Nagasuke was the kind of man who makes organizations function without being the person anyone talks about afterward. He was the chief accountant of Akko Domain. Not glamorous, not dramatic, but essential. The money that funded the Akko retainers through the months and years of waiting, the money that paid for the messengers and the meetings and the maintaining of the network, the money that allowed 47 men to live in Edo without visible means of support. The careful management of all of this was Nagasuke's work, and he did it with the precision and the discretion that the situation required. He was 45 years old when the domain dissolved. He had spent those 45 years in careful service, in the management of numbers and accounts, in the particular reliability of someone who understands that the unglamorous work is what makes the glamorous work possible. He joined the conspiracy from the beginning. He was one of the first to commit. His name was on the first lists. And then he got sick. The illness came on gradually, the way serious illnesses often do. Not as a sudden catastrophe, but as a slow deterioration that the body manages to conceal until it can no longer conceal it, and then cannot conceal at all. By the time the family moved from Akko to Osaka in the summer of 1701, Nagasuke was already ill. By the time of the Enzen meeting in early 1702, he was too ill to attend. By July of 1702, he was dying. He lay in the lodgings in Osaka and thought about what he was leaving unfinished, the thing he had joined, the thing he had committed to, the thing that was going to happen whether he was there to see it or not. He called his son to his bedside. He said, "Take my place. Carry what I cannot carry. Wear my haramaki in the fighting, so that something of me is there. Do not leave the work unfinished." He died on the 15th day of the 8th month of 1702. He was 45 years old. He did not see the night of the 14th. He did not see the thing he had worked toward, but his son was there, wearing his haramaki, carrying his kaimyo, in a paper tucked inside the helmet, doing what he had been asked to do. The poverty. This is the part of the story that the tradition sometimes skips over in the rush to get to the dramatic elements. The meeting, the discussion, the night of the 14th. But the poverty of Yato and Moshichi and his family during the period of waiting is part of the story, and it says something about what the commitment actually cost. The family had very little. Nagasuke had been paid 25 koku, a small income, adequate for a careful family in ordinary times, inadequate for a family dealing with a long illness, and the dissolution of the domain that provided it. The accounts of the Akko conspiracy include a financial ledger, the records of money distributed to retainers in need. In that ledger, Yato Emoshichi appears multiple times. 3 ryo dispersed to Yato Emoshichi because he had reached the point of hunger. 2 biu dispersed in the 11th month for food. The amounts are small. The notation hunger is not small. When Nagasuke died, the family could not afford a proper burial. They pawned the family's inherited armor, the armor that had been passed down through the Nagasuke family, that had perhaps been worn by fathers and grandfathers in battles long before, and used the money from the pawning to pay for the funeral. They buried Nagasuke at Kakushinin Temple in Osaka and put up a marker. The marker fell into disrepair over the following decades, and was eventually restored by a man from Sanuki who heard the story 61 years later and felt that the father of Yato Emoshichi deserved better than a neglected grave. After the funeral, Yato Emoshichi had to deal with his mother and 3 younger sisters. They could not stay in Osaka, not safely, not with the investigation that would follow the events of the 14th. He arranged for them to go to relatives. The journey across Japan with a grieving mother and 3 sisters, with almost no money, was not a simple thing. The accounts suggest it was hard, very hard, but he managed it. He got them where they needed to go, and then he went to Edo. In Edo, he arrived in Edo in September of 1702. He was 17 years old. He had buried his father, pawned his family's inheritance, arranged for his mother and sisters to go to relatives, and traveled to Edo to participate in something that was going to end in his death. He found lodgings in Minami Hachobori and began the waiting that everyone in the group was doing. The waiting that was the hardest part, the waiting that tested each man in the particular way, that waiting tests the things you are. He had less money than almost anyone in the group. The disbursements in the ledger, the small amounts of money that the group distributed to retainers who had reached the point of genuine hardship, tell the story without embellishment. He was hungry sometimes. He was cold sometimes. He was, in the lodgings in Edo in the autumn and winter of 1702, a 17-year-old boy who had lost his father and his home and his income and who was waiting for the night that would end his own life, in the cold, sometimes without enough to eat. He did not leave. He did not reconsider. The men who reconsidered had reasons: family obligations, new positions, the simple, honest recognition that the cost was more than they could pay. Yato Emoshichi had all of these reasons available to him. His mother needed him. His sisters needed him. He had no domain, no income, no future to speak of. The practical arguments for leaving were overwhelming. He stayed. He was 17 years old. He stayed. The beautiful face. The tradition remembers his face. Not many of the 47 are remembered for their faces. Most of them are remembered for what they did, or who they were, or how they died. Yato Emoshichi is remembered for being beautiful. Beautiful enough that after the night of the 14th, when the 47 walked through the streets of Edo toward Sengakuzi, some of the people who watched them pass said, "There is a woman among them. There, in the armor. A woman. The 47 have a woman with them." There was no woman. There was Yato Emoshichi, who was 17 years old, and had the face that the tradition could not quite categorize as belonging to a man, even though he was a man who had been through things that would have broken many men twice his age. The Kabuki theater assigned his role to women performers. The novels and the plays described him in terms usually reserved for describing women. The tradition found his face easier to process as feminine than as masculine, and so it processed it that way, and the processing became part of the legend. He would not have known what to do with this. He was a boy from Akko, who had buried his father with pawned armor, and traveled to Edo to do what his father had asked. He was not thinking about his face. He was thinking about the night of the 14th. The night of the 14th. He was in the front gate group, the larger group under Oishi Kuranosuke's command. He wore his father's haramaki, the protective garment that Nagasuke had pressed upon him from the sickbed, that contains something of me. Wear it in the fighting. He had his father's kaimyo written on a piece of paper, tucked inside the helmet, so that Nagasuke would be there. In the only way available. In the only way that mattered. He carried a long blade, a naginata, a pole weapon with a curved blade, 3 shaku or more in length. The choice of weapons suggests that he had been thinking about fighting in close quarters, in the dark, in a compound where the space would be limited and the opponents numerous. A long weapon gives reach. A long weapon keeps the opponent at a distance. A 17-year-old fighting experienced guards in the dark needs every advantage reach can provide. He fought at the front gate. He fought well, by the accounts. The accounts of the night of the 14th are not detailed individual histories. They are impressions, assembled afterward from what the survivors reported, and what the guards reported, and what the observers in the street reported. What comes through the assembling is an image of 47 men who knew what they were doing and did it without hesitation, and Yato Emoshichi was among them at 17, doing what his father had asked. His father's kaimiyu was tucked inside the helmet. His father's sharamaki was against his skin. The man who had managed the accounts, who had carefully recorded every disbursement, who had lain in the lodgings in Osaka and known he was not going to make it, he was there, in the only way available, in the only way that mattered. The custody. After the night of the 14th, Yato Emoshichi was held at Mizuno Tadayuki's mansion with 8 other members of the group. 9 young men in an unused long house, the doors nailed shut from the outside, bamboo fencing erected around the yard, guards circling day and night. The records of the Mizuno mansion's handling of their prisoners are detailed and not flattering to the Mizuno family. They denied extra bedding even in the coldest part of the winter, denied sake and tobacco and braziers, confined 9 men in conditions that were, by the standards of the era, deliberately uncomfortable. He was 17 in December. He was 18 in February, when the shogunate's decision came. He spent those 2 months in the cold Nagaya of Mizuno's mansion, with the bamboo fence and the circling guards and the cold that the extra bedding would have helped with but was denied. He wrote a poem in those weeks. The poem, which the tradition attributes to him, though attribution in such cases is always uncertain, says, "The light of the setting sun has faded. The things I want to say are too sad to speak. The image is not complicated. It is the image of a young man who understands that the light is going down, that what he wants to say cannot be fully said, and that the sadness of this is real." He was 18 years old when he fulfilled his duty at Mizuno Tadayuki's mansion on the 4th day of the 2nd month of 1703. He died in the cold, in the long house with the nailed doors, having done what his father had asked. His father's kaimyo was in the pocket of his outer garment. His father's haramaki was somewhere in the mansion. He had worn it through the night of the 14th and whatever had happened to it after. The family. His mother Rui was in Oshu Shirakawa-han territory when the night of the 14th happened. She had been placed with relatives after the dissolution, after Nagasuke's death, after the difficult journey across Japan that Yato and Shichi had arranged. She waited there. When the news came, when the story of the 47 became the thing that everyone in Japan was talking about, she received it. Her husband had died before he could do what he committed to doing. Her son had done it in his place. He was 18 years old. He was in the cold Nagaya of Mizuno's mansion. He was going to die there. She lived to be 85. She outlived her son by more than 60 years. She was buried at Orenzi Temple in Mabashi, where the grave marker still stands, worn by the weather of 60 years of Japanese winters. The 3 daughters married and had lives of their own. The family survived in the way families survive when the men who were supposed to support them are gone, through the care of relatives, through the slow rebuilding of ordinary life in circumstances that are not ordinary. The youngest daughter, whose name is not recorded in the sources with certainty, was perhaps 3 or 4 years old on the night of the 14th. She grew up knowing what her brother had done. She grew up as the sister of Yato and Shichi, which meant she grew up as the sister of a legend, which is both a gift and a weight that follows you through a life that never quite gets to be ordinary. The grave at Sengakuzi. He is buried at Sengakuzi with the others. He is not the youngest buried there. Oishi Chikara was slightly younger, but he is among the youngest, a boy of 18 in the rows of stones. The stone says his name. It says his age. It says his law name in the Buddhist tradition, the name given to the dead when they enter the community of those who have died. The incense burns at his grave the same way it burns at all the others. People come. They stand before the stone. They are not always thinking about the same things when they stand there. Some of them are thinking about the loyalty, some about the patience, some about the night of the 14th and the things that happened there. Some of them are thinking about a 16-year-old who walked into a room full of men and said, "I am here in my father's place," and would not leave until he was accepted, and stayed through the cold and the hunger and the pawned armor and the dead father and the 2 months in the nailed-shut Nagaya, and died at 18, having done what he had been asked. Some of them are thinking about a father who lay in a sickbed in Osaka and pressed his haramaki into his son's hands and said, "Go and do what I cannot do," and the son who went. Both of them are in the grave at Sengakuzi. That is why the incense burns. Episode of Kozukenosuke, the 47 Ronin. Every story needs a villain. The story of the 47 Ronin has one. His name is Kozukenosuke. He has been the villain for 300 years. In the kabuki plays, he is cruel, corrupt, contemptible, the man who humiliated Asano Takumi no Kami, the man who received no punishment while Asano died, the man who hid in the storage shed, the man who would not take the blade when offered. He has been played as a villain for 300 years. The audiences have booed him for 300 years. The story requires him to be what he is, and he has been it, reliably, in every December since 1703. But there is another story, not the kabuki story, the other one, the one told in Karacho, the town that bears his name, in what is now Aichiken, where the people who actually lived under his governance did not think of him as a villain at all. Who he was, his name was Kirayoshi Hisa. He was born in 1641. He died in 1703. He was 62 years old at the time of the night of the 14th. He was the head of the Koke families, the hereditary specialists in court ceremony, the people who knew how everything was supposed to be done and whose job it was to teach everyone else. He was not a military man. The Koke families had no armies. What they had was knowledge, the specific, hereditary, carefully maintained knowledge of how the shogunate's ceremonies were conducted. Which offering goes where? Which words are said in which order? How a lord of this rank is received? How a lord of that rank is addressed? This knowledge was not trivial. In a society organized around the correct performance of ritual, the person who knew the correct forms held a kind of power that did not require soldiers. He had served the shogunate faithfully for decades. He had risen to the position of Kokekimoiri, the senior elder of the high families, the highest position his hereditary role could reach. He had taught ceremony to dozens of lords who passed through Edo and needed to know what they were doing. He had been, by the standards of his world, excellent at his job. He was 60 years old when the incident in Matsuno Oroka happened. 2 years later, at 62, he was in a storage shed in his own compound while 47 armed men searched for him. The Kuracho story. In the territory that Kira governed, the domain of Kuracho in what is now Nishioshi, Aichiken, the memory of Kira Yoshihisa is not the memory of the Kabuki villain. It is the memory of a man who built an irrigation canal, who improved the rice fields, who managed the domain with attention to the welfare of the people who lived in it. The canal he built, the Manriki Ido, is still there, still functioning, still directing water to the rice fields of the region. An infrastructure project completed in the late 17th century that has lasted more than 300 years because it was built correctly and maintained by the people who benefited from it. The people of Kuracho built a shrine to him, not after he died in the storage shed in Edo, long before, while he was alive. They built it because they wanted to, because he had been their lord and had, by their accounting, been a good one. Every December 14th, the anniversary of the night of the 47, the people of Kuracho hold their own ceremony, not the ceremony at Sengakuzi, where the 47 are honored, a ceremony for Kira, a ceremony that says, "This man was our lord. He was not the villain. He was the man who built the canal. He was the man who made the rice fields work." 300 years of competing ceremonies, Sengakuzi and Kuracho, the villain and the lord, same man, different stories. The problem of evidence. Here is what is honest about the Kuracho story. There is very little contemporary evidence for it. The canal is real. The shrine is real. The local tradition is real. But the documentary evidence, the records that would show, definitively, that Kira Yoshihisa was the hands-on administrator of his domain, that he personally oversaw the irrigation project, that he was beloved by the people who lived under his governance, is thin. Thinner than the tradition suggests. The Koke families were based in Edo. They went to their domains rarely, if at all. Their domain income supported them, but their work was in the city, at the shogunate, teaching ceremony to lords who needed to know it. The image of Kira as an active, engaged local governor, present in his domain, overseeing public works, known personally to the people, is not well supported by what we know about how men like him actually lived. The local tradition of Kira as a good lord developed largely in the modern era, particularly in the 20th century. particularly after the Kuracho area was administratively organized around his memory. The tradition grew as the town grew, and as the town's identity became connected to the figure of its most famous lord. This does not make the tradition false, it makes it complicated, which is what history is. What the evidence does say, what the contemporary sources do say about Kira Yoshihisa is this: he was good at his job, the job of teaching ceremony, the job of knowing the correct forms and transmitting them to the lords who needed to know them. He was, by multiple accounts, demanding in his expectations of what the teaching relationship required. Lords who came to him for instruction were expected to express their gratitude appropriately. The appropriate expression of gratitude in Edo was gifts, specific gifts, substantial gifts. This was not unusual. It was the economy of the court. But Kira was apparently more insistent about it than some others in similar positions. Whether he treated Asano Takumi no Kami worse than other lords is impossible to verify. The records of what passed between them in the months before the incident in Matsuno Oroka are not detailed enough to say with certainty what happened and why. The accounts that survive were written by people with interests in how the story was told. The accounts that survive say Kira was contemptuous, dismissive, deliberately humiliating. But the accounts that survive were written by people who had reasons to tell the story that way. What no surviving account disputes, Asano Takumi no Kami struck Kira Kozukenosuke in Matsuno Oroka. This happened. This is not in question. What remains in question is why. The judgment and what followed. The shogunate's judgment, Asano ordered to die the same day, Kira receiving no punishment, has been the source of controversy for 300 years. Some scholars have argued that the principle of kenkario seibai, both parties in a quarrel punished, should have applied. If it had applied, Kira would have received some form of punishment. The failure to apply it is what the retainers of Akko found unjust. It is the asymmetry at the heart of everything that followed. Why wasn't Kira punished? The most likely answer is political. Kira was a senior figure in the Koke families. He was connected to the shogunate at the highest level. Punishing him would have been complicated. Punishing Asano, a lord who had drawn a sword in Matsuno Oroka, in the castle, in front of witnesses, was straightforward. The law was clear. The application of the law to Kira was politically inconvenient. So Kira was not punished. He went home with his wounds. He recovered. He continued. And the retainers of Akko organized themselves for 2 years and 4 months and came through his gates in the night of the 14th. The months of waiting. Kira knew they were coming, or he suspected. The precautions he took, the additional guards, the reinforced gates, the careful management of his movements, were the precautions of a man who was not certain he was safe. He had also moved. His original mansion was in Honzio Matsuzakacho, but he had relocated the compound in 1702, moving to a new location that was harder to find and easier to defend. The relocation was noted by the watchers Oishi had placed in Edo. Okano Hidetake had tracked the new location, had learned the new compound's layout through his friendship inside Kira's household, had confirmed that the tea gathering on the 14th would be the occasion. Inside Kira's household during those months, the atmosphere was one of managed anxiety. The guards were there. The walls were reinforced. Every precaution that could be taken had been taken, and still, on the night of the 14th, it was not enough. Kira changed his clothes. He went to the storage shed. He tried not to be found. He was 62 years old. He had spent his life at the center of power. He had taught ceremony to dozens of lords. He had built his career on knowing the correct forms, and at the end of it, in the storage shed of his own compound, in the servant's clothing, he was found by a man with a torch, who recognized his face and called for Oishi. The choice he did not make. Oishi offered him the samurai's way, the honorable end, the choice that would have let him die as what his position said he was. He did not take it. Why not? 3 centuries of speculation have not produced a definitive answer. The most charitable reading. He was 62 years old. He was not a fighting man. He had spent his life in ceremony rather than combat, and the situation in the storage shed was not the situation in which the ceremonial ideal of samurai conduct becomes possible. The least charitable reading. He was afraid, and the fear was stronger than the ideal. Both readings are probably true. The most charitable and the least charitable are not mutually exclusive when you are 62 years old and alone in a storage shed, and the men who have come for you have already been through your guards. He did not take the blade. Oishi did what he had come to do. Kira Yoshihisa died in the storage shed, in the servant's clothing, 62 years old. After, his grandson had been adopted by the Wasugi family, one of the great domain lords of the era. The grandson, Kirayoshi Chika, was in the mansion with Kira on the night of the 14th. He survived. He eventually became the lord of Yonezawa Han. He carried the Kira blood into the Wasugi lineage. Kira's family continued in this way through the daughter's line. His direct male line ended with him, but the blood went on, into families that are still alive in the 21st century. The compound in Honzio Matsuzakacho, the new compound where he had moved to be safer, was partially preserved. The area is now a small park in Sumidaku, Tokyo. There is a stone marker. There is a small exhibition. The place where he was found in the storage shed is marked. Not many people visit, not compared to Sengakuzi, where the incense burns continuously and thousands come every December. The park in Sumidaku receives visitors, but it is not a place of pilgrimage. It is a place of historical interest. The distinction matters. 300 years of being the villain. The kabuki play Kanade Honshu Shingura changed his name. Kono Morono instead of Kirayoshi Hisa. The location was moved to a different era. The shogunate did not want the play to openly celebrate the defiance of its own judgment. But everyone knew who Kono Morono was. Everyone knew what he had done. The audiences booed him. For 300 years, booed the actor playing him, booed the character he played, booed the thing he represented, the injustice that sets the whole story in motion. This is what it means to be the villain of a story that is performed every December without interruption for 300 years. You are booed every December. You cannot defend yourself. You cannot correct the record. You are the thing the story needs you to be, and the story has been told so many times that the story is more real than anything that can be said about the person who gave the story its villain. Kirayoshi Hisa was a 62-year-old man who was good at his job, who may or may not have been a good lord to the people of his domain, who behaved in ways that drove another man to draw a sword in the most formal corridor in Japan, who survived that drawing and received no punishment for it, who spent 2 years knowing that armed men were looking for him, who changed into servant's clothes and hid in a storage shed and was found. The kabuki villain is not this man. The kabuki villain is simpler, cleaner, more useful for the story. The real man is more complicated, but the real man died in 1703. The kabuki villain has been dying every December since then. The kabuki villain will probably keep dying every December, because the story needs a villain, and the story at this point is larger than the man. The competing ceremonies. Every December 14th, at Sengakuji in Tokyo, thousands of people line up to burn incense at the graves of the 47. The ceremony honors the men who did what they believed justice required, the men who waited 2 years and 4 months and came through the gates in the night, the men who reported to their lord's grave in the early morning, the men who accepted the shogunate's judgment and fulfilled their duty as samurai. The tradition honors them. The incense burns. The graves are worn by 3 centuries of cold and smoke. In Kiracho and Aichiken, a smaller ceremony. For Kira, for the man who built the canal, or didn't build it, but is remembered for it. For the lord who governed his domain, or didn't govern it well, but is remembered for having tried. For the man who was on the other side. The ceremony that says, there was another person in this story. He was not the kabuki villain. He was a man, a complicated man, a man who made choices that led to other choices that led to the night of the 14th and the storage shed and the servant's clothing. The ceremony at Kiracho is smaller. It is always smaller. The story needs the 47 more than it needs Kira. The story has always needed them more, but both ceremonies happen every December 14th, the same night, 300 years after the night of the 14th. The incense burns at both ends of the story, and somewhere between them is the truth, which is not simple, and which has not been found in 300 years of looking, and which may not be findable, which may be the nature of truth in stories that have been told as many times as this one has. The villain, the lord, the man in the storage shed, all of them are Kira Yoshihisa, all of them are 300 years old, all of them are still here.